What's going on, people? Turning into the stream. Uh, as you can see by the title, uh, and I might switch the title up too. I think I'm gonna edit during this. No, I don't think I am. I don't think I am. Well, anyway, today what I'm going to be talking about, people, of course, is the matter at hand. And the matter at hand, and I'm still in prep mode. Sorry about that. The matter at hand, of course, is that of the information regarding the truth behind the Tetragrammaton, which, there's been false information coming from yours truly, not myself, but Bro Sanchez. And today, I'm going to expose, not my goal ain't to really expose, but, just to show the truth behind the fact that this guy is running from me and he is also suppressing slash trying to silence the truth that I am trying to bring to the people. So, without any further ado, as they say, I'll start off. First off, what we're going to do is take this back to an old stream of Sanchez, and he his recent stream, that he talked about, of course, dealing with the bull slash, you know, uh, the, so we're just going to take it to that point. Uh, let's see. This is an old stream. Well, actually, we're going to go to the recent stream that I'm speaking of first. That way, people can know where I'm. It just doesn't seem confusing. We're gonna go to that first. Share audio. This is where I was at. Okay. Now 43, 44. Another thing that I want people to realize as well, if I go back to the home screen, if you realize a lot of people I saw in the comment section on this video in particular, that's what was so funny. Trying to see because he used the show. Yeah, the time. Now I know him himself. Even him himself probably saw that. He had to realize that the time on the video was 4 minutes. I mean 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. That's some high numerology, man. Okay. So I want people to realize that I'm not just coming for Sanchez just for the fun of it. I'm not coming at him for a clout. I have a serious discovery slash serious information dealing. I mean, we're talking about the Most High slash God, slash proof and non-proof. Okay, so I'm taking this very very serious. Okay, no matter what people may think. So when he's talking about the Tetragrammaton and he's bringing up that redundantly over and over again, which he's never done until I brought that up on his show, uh, it means something. Now, when you hear the word tetragrammaton, what a lot of people have to comprehend and might have looked over, when it comes to that word, what does tetra mean? Tetra means four. Tetra literally means four. So what I want people to realize, you have how many fours right here? You actually have five fours. It's five fours, okay? So I know a lot of y'all are sitting up here and thinking to yourselves, spirituality, the ancestors is telling you this, the ancestors is telling you that, which is what people were saying in the comment section of this video. But what those people have to realize is that is think about the context of what's being discussed in this video. The grand central point that's being discussed is the aspect of the tetragrammaton, and he's talking about he's going through basically a whole list of deities, demonic deities, things I've never heard of or really care about, because it's the negative aspect, something I know that I have no dealings with. But he speaks of it as reality, which is part of what I've been pointing out. This brother has no problem pointing out. So all of the Satan, all of the Azazel, as he pronounces it and everything, all of these different demonic gods that he's coming up, and even the ones that people think are such as which I've talked about and said, we have good and evil. But anyway, he's talking to bringing up all of these different demonic gods and stuff. He's not focusing anything on the positive. And like I say, everything that he's doing, people have to be considerate enough to realize that he's doing it to counter, and he's coming and stemming off of what I'm talking about. That's what I'm trying to get people to comprehend and realize. That's why the man will not debate me, and he sees me just like he sees anybody else in his chat room. That's a fact. And whenever I'm in his chat, if I'm coming with too much pressure or anything, yes, he will have people who will try to debate me, you know, but it's usually not on the information, is what I realize. It's usually more of a personal thing, like, you go build your channel and stuff like this. They feel, just silly stuff when they don't know the full aspect and the full side. That all they hear is Sanchez and what he's presenting. He's not the only deep person on earth. And that's what I wish people stop to the people who make it to the Sanchez point, I would expect to have the realization that at the end of the day, it's not about one person having all of the answers, which is what a lot of people who are around this sector seem to have, that mindset that he has all of the answers, and he's the deepest thinker in the world and everything like that. And I ain't trying to knock anybody down or anything, but that should speak enough about people, and where their conscious level is at. We're not supposed to be kids when it comes to this. And you got to be able to look. I'm not saying that I have all of the answers. That's why I'm steady coming with them. And furthermore, that's why I still have questions. I don't sit up and act like I got all of the answers to it, or talk definitively on things that I don't know the definitive answer to. So you see 5 4s right there, 5 4s, just like 45, which is what I'm telling people. 5 4s, 4 5s. Let me, you know, I don't get it. I don't get how people couldn't. I mean, come on now. Like at this point, it's what it is, and what I'm telling people. Like, since they were saying it was something spiritual, I'm not saying that is not something spiritual. I'm actually agreeing it is something spiritual, but I don't think that y'all comprehend the actual message itself. See, what y'all will go to and say, those people who said that 444, I looked up what does 444 mean. And every last one of those people who said it had something to do with the ancestors, guess what? When I looked up what 444, or that many fours means in redundancy, that's what it said on the internet. It has something to do with the ancestors. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm getting at is the fact that people get their answers from the internet. A real deep thinker will look at the context. What's going on in this situation? What is being discussed right here in this situation? The main thing that's being discussed is the tetragrammaton. I've been talking about the Nazca lines and showing the essence of the mathematics that's precise, and the whole Nazca lines, my discovery and everything is dealing with the tetragrammaton. For if anything, like y'all say when they give us stuff, um, a lot of the stuff that they give us is the fake stuff. It's not the real thing. So that star that we see, I'm not saying that it's fake, because it's actually an aspect of nature, the tetragrammaton, the 5 point star. But what I am saying is, I think that I've discovered because this is literally four-sided, 1,000, dealing with the number 10, tetragram. I'm looking at nature. So while one person is sitting up talking about this God is similar to this one, synced up with this one, synced up with that one, synced up with this one, and everything like that, which is what Sanchez is doing. At the end of the day, I'm just looking at it from a holistic aspect. What is a tent? A tent is a whole aspect of something. So which is what he's talking about. Like I say, I'm the type of person that's not going to sit up here and complain about things that I cannot change. And that's just a fact. That's one thing I wish people could realize, and that they're not getting that's around him. Okay, so what he's pointing out these things about, God potentially having a negative side, or being basically Satan and Jesus, which is what he said. I'm cutting him slack by not saying word for word, but what he said, because I have to go back and debunk that based on things that he said himself. Anyway, he said himself about, Satan and Jesus being the same thing, same deity. Well, why are we judging? We have evil and good within us. Sanchez cusses every single stream. I don't, one person in this world might not feel the same way. Same person Sanchez would say, if you take a plant and you talk to it negatively, it'll affect that plant. You know what I'm saying? So he knows what the effect of certain words and everything. We're not just gonna get into the effect of words, but I'm just saying he does negative what could be perceived as negative things, what you could say every stream. And I'm not just picking on him as a person, us as human beings, usually, which is part of being a human being, which I'm pointing out. Most of us do at least one thing negative every day because we're not meant to be necessarily perfect, or I mean, we're not perfect, but we look at God and we automatically expect God to not have an evil side. Because if you take all of the evil out of a God, guess what? That God can't punish you because you can't do something what would be perceived as. See, everything is all about perception, and that's what I'm getting at people to realize. He's caught up in the eyes of perception from a human level, looking at things from, about perception. Everything is about how he perceives it. We can never put ourselves in, which is what I said the previous stream, and to be like we trying to be the creator. We can never put ourselves in the shoes of the creator to know exactly what God thinks and why everything is what it is and why it is how it is. So I just wanted to point that out real quick before I got started about these 4/4s with the tetragrammaton. Once you look into the tetragram, which that's what, 44,444 tetragrammaton, 1,040, so the four is there, with the number 4 and the tetragrammaton. If you look into what, the name, I am here, I am Yahweh, and I'm in the flesh. I'm just going, I go 100% based off of facts, and that's all that I prove and show with my work. And I'm gonna go ahead and let this start. Well, I wanted to show that first, but I'm gonna brief this and let this play where he was talking about the bull first, and then I'm gonna go back to a previous stream and start from there and just let that be played. Mr. Diaz, shout out to you. Anyone heard what Israel just found today? Something that pertains to fake tetragrammaton seal found on an amulet. I got to look into that. I haven't even heard about that at all, period. So I'm going to have to look into that.
All right, we're going to keep on moving, and we're dealing with sacred geometry and syncretism here. As you can see, the god Moloch.
Sorry about the quality.
Mounted, just like I said with Christ. We on point with the syncretism. Cats can hate and have cognitive dissonance all they want, but they can't explain to me why the hell this god Moloch is mounted to a cross. They can't explain to me why Moloch looked just like Jesus. They can't explain. See, let me show y'all something real quick to the people in the chat with cognitive dissonance, or I move on, because I see now we're gonna have to take our time with some of these guys, man. This is crazy. Let me pull this up. Let me show the naysayers something. Like I said, Christ is Capricorn. Capricorn is where we come from the word Capernaum. Cabernet is sheep, goats, lambs, rams, all of that good stuff. All of the animals that Jesus shapeshift into. Cabernet, they're related. Pan, the goat god, all of them. Faunus, Serranos, Mendez in Egypt. This is all the same Saturnalia religion. And when you look at the car caprice, like I said, you can see the devil's trident, or what they call the saint's anchor. folks, you got to think about this. Why would your symbol be an anchor if you're about ascension? Do you know what an anchor?
Okay, so I'm pulling it back just a second, to a certain point. The first thing that I'm going to point out right here,
That last step when you finally reach the sky, we gonna represent it down here by putting you in the ground. Shit is a paradox,
the first
man.
thing I was saying that I'm going to point out right here at this point, but I had to rewind. He had that up with the Capricorn and all of that stuff that was just up. I'm going to pull it up just for the visual so it can be seen. He had this pulled up. So part of the issue is, what is the core truth? We're doing all of this talking about this being that, doing that, and this, what is the core truth? What's the real truth? Because on other streams, what my point that I'm making is 1 minute, because this whole thing was about the center as well, the center, the tetragram, the center. Okay. He's first off, he's using the context whenever he uses the word tetragrammaton, or the name actually tetragrammaton. He's actually using it in a very poor context, is what I realized. He's not using it in the correct context for how it's supposed to be used. We living in this tetragrammaton. What are you talking about? We living in this tetragrammaton. Tetragrammaton is literally a substitute name of the name of God. Yes, it's a geometric shape, but at the same, anyway, what I'm getting at is that this whole bull aspect was all focused on the center, okay, which is what he was saying about the center, bullseye, the target. He brought up the flat earth cosmology, all of that stuff. All of a sudden, the center is so bad seeming, is what he's making it seem like, is what I noticed. Because his previous streams, which is what I got him pulled up on, free energy specifically, what about 0 point? 0 point is very much synonymous to the North Pole. 0 point energy. So I'm going back to those videos to pull that up, because he's deeming, my point is, being that he's going against the tetragrammaton and basically the information that I have discovered dealing with 45 degrees, the numerology, because that's why he started talking about and ranking on the 45 degrees like he did. There was no reason for that. It wasn't fact-based. And like I pointed out with the actual facts of 45 degrees, I mean, this man is completely contradictory. His whole logo, if I went to it, is the compass in the background, which is built I already broke that down. It's all based off of 4.5, my discovery that I've been talking about. So yeah, I know that the compass was made before I made my discovery and everything with 45 degrees. But what I'm pointing out is nobody else on Earth, just like Nikola Tesla pointed out and said things about 3, 6, and 9, nobody else on Earth has pointed out what I've said about the numbers 4 and 5. That's just a fact. Nobody's seen any significance in it. 45 degrees, 4.5, nothing. But what my point that I'm making is, what I'm realizing is anything to deal with the man is he demonizes. Anything to deal with man, because this right here all has to deal with man and the creative aspect of man. And then and I'm not just saying that this symbol means man, because this, what I'm getting at is this right here in the past, what he said and broke this down to. That's why the first question that I asked was, what is the core truth? Because the core truth that he says is the woman. So all of a sudden, it seems to me like whenever he's talking about the woman, because he would say this right here is the vagina, correctly, that's the vagina. So back in the past, he would be talking about free energy and would be talking about this Mother Earth and everything in a very good context. this Mother Earth, this free energy. Whenever he was bringing people into the free energy aspect of stuff, he was this is so beautiful what our ancestors knew, y'all. This is, look at this world and how beautiful, the world was beautiful. All of a sudden, what I'm realizing, the earth is hell, homie. I don't see how people don't see how powerful that is, what I'm saying. Because the fact is, what I'm showing, hell is as well. Yes, it's the outside and the inside matters for every individual and the whole world for us as a unit. What we make this world is based off of our actions, what we condone, what we love, and what we repel. We have the power to make this earth into heaven or hell based on our actions alone. But just as well, what I'm pointing out, based off of the fact that I just pointed out that he was saying, and showing that the earth is such a beautiful place, free energy, answer, come on now. It was beautiful back then how he explained it when he was talking about the woman. It was beautiful, but now, what is he saying? After I said what I said, after I questioned what I questioned over here, I said, what if the earth is hell because of what I've been showing with the underworld aspect of my discovery with the 45 degrees? And I pull it up every time, my Mother Herb diagram that I drew out. I said, what if this is hell? Next thing I know, I now hear this guy saying that it's hell. Everything that I say over here, he ends up coming up behind and saying it. But he's pushing half truth. And the reason why I say it's half truth is because my discovery proves truths that nobody else has been able to prove. That's just fact. That's factual based, and I ain't stretching that. And it take people to really be unbiased and just look into the facts that I'm showing. I mean, from the angles of the star, that are made, because we're talking about real core numerology. When the dude brought up the sigil, when he was talking about that on the first stream out of all of this stuff, I was telling him that that sigil, yeah, you talking about the symbol being, atom, atom, and all of this different stuff, but it actually comes from the magic square. So the symbol wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the way that the numbers is set up. I pointed that out to him. It's thing after that. I got so much evidence till it just ain't funny to back what I'm saying. And all I'm saying is, I'm not saying, and I'm not concluding that Yahweh is real, or I'm not concluding on anything 100%, but I am showing facts behind. And Tetragrammaton, Yahweh, the name is the same, but the facts behind the Tetragrammaton, dog, can't be denied that I'm showing. I'm gonna let this play and let him say what he's saying about the bull aspect of reality of this breakdown, and then I'm going back to and I ain't go to his deep past. I understand, I comprehend people's teachings change and stuff, because that dude will end up using any excuse and try to make any hole that he possibly can just to wiggle his way out of stuff. The thing is, yeah, your teachings can change and everything, but a teacher is also, and I don't look at you as my teacher. I say this because it's what you call yourself, and it's how you act with people. You see yourself as a teacher. So at the end of the day, if you are a teacher, the correct way for a teacher to when they come to a new revelation or a new they realize that their teachings that they taught have some type of discrepancies or something, the righteous thing to do is actually come forth to your people that you've taught that information to and either apologize to them, or just in general politely explain to them that you found out that you didn't know the truth, and show them what the new truth is with evidence, or both of them. Apologize and do that. But just going on and acting like you never said this and never said that, and acting like this was good, or come on, or meant something else, and now you plaster this negative aspect on it. Come on now, it just doesn't make sense. So I'm going right back to this. I'm gonna let this play for about maybe 5 minutes at the most, and then I'll go to the other one.
to the sky, your corpse go down in the ground. When the tree grow up to the sky, it was because the seed went down into the ground. This was represented in this satanic religion by a person going into the doorway and they was burned alive.
You hear that?
And when the person went into the door,
I don't mean to interrupt y'all, but if y'all hear that, pay attention to what he's saying. He's saying, now he's telling you what this is. He's telling people what this bull is, literally. He's explaining it literally. He even said throughout this video, you can't argue with him. So, okay, I'm going to replay that again because I want you to hear thoroughly what he's explaining it as now. This is called fear mongering, okay? This is a clear example of what we call fear mongering, because that's all that's being pressed right here is 100% fear, demonology. And the fact that he's going through all of these different lists of demons and talking about them and everything like that, demons slash angels and stuff like that, fallen angels and stuff like that, that he calls them, or theologists call them, and he don't realize theologists. Let somebody else up there come up there talking about the globe earth, and they say globe earth, theo anything, and that dude gonna cut them off quick and tell them, Theo, are you serious? Do you know the etymology, the root word of Theo? Come on, dude. You said yourself that you know yourself that theology deals with theory. Okay, it's not definitive. You're explaining this right here as the people go in there and burn, literally. No theory, nothing. Okay, so let's just let that play.
In the ground, when the tree grew up to the sky, it was because the seed went down into the ground. This was represented in this satanic religion by a person going into the doorway and they was burned alive. And when the person went into the doorway here, the smoke went up to the heavens to Moloch. They taught that you burn incense and myrrh for the priests and you burn humans for the gods. People, don't you know that these religions call you the living frankincense? Why do you think they doing that? Because you were offered to these demon gods as burnt offerings. We burn sage, but these gods burn humans. I keep telling you. I keep telling you. That sage is a living plant that you burning alive. And the gods of Olympia look at humans as sage. You offer these for burnt offerings. And you know what? See, listen, what was the name of the son in the Bible that was offered as a burnt offering? Was it Isaac? Help me out, Christians, because I'm going to show you something about this mountain concept. In the Bible, who was it that God said to sacrifice your son on this mountain? But he stopped them from doing it. Who was the two names in that? It was Isaac and another name, wasn't it? Help me out, y'all. Isaac, and what was the son name or the daddy name? What was the two names in that story? The son and pa. Help me out real quick. It was Isaac, but I want both names. I'm the only one also on that one. Isaac.
So now, now that that's heard, as far as how he's broken down this board, just briefly, is there anything in the front or nah, it ain't. Okay. So now I'm gonna go to the next one. So this is the old one right here that I'm talking about specifically. Um, this is called "Free Energy is Only Possible with Flat Earth: Electromagnetism and the Cosmos Explained." So I want y'all to realize that in that previous video, if you go back to it, that I was just on, his most recent one, he talked about the crown of thorns and everything. He talked about Thor, because he was talking about the bull horns, horns, of course. Um, so yes, Taurus field. So what I'm trying to get people to realize is that stream that he just did was all about the negative, 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 negative. Everything is tetragrammaton. you know, that's how he broke it down, basically. Everything we living in this tetragrammaton. Come on, dude. How are we living in a tetragram when tetragrammaton? I can bring up the actual definition of tetragrammaton. I actually got it pulled up already right now. Oops, that's the picture. Okay. So when he says tetragrammaton, the Hebrew name of God, transliterated in four letters as YHWH or JHVH, and articulated as Yahweh or Jehovah. So this is a name, person, place, a noun. Okay, a noun is a person, place, or thing, or idea, and some, you know. So it, the tetragram. So what he's saying, if you go back and listen to the context of how he uses the word tetragrammaton, he Sanchez always says, and they got us living under this tetragrammaton. They got us living in this tetragram. He that's literally what he said. So living under a tetragrammaton, what you're literally saying, this shows that you do not know what you're talking about when you're talking about this. The mere fact that you're using it in the incorrect context. We're living. So whenever you say and I'm gonna have to go back and let that be heard, so that because I like the facts to be shown. I don't like it to seem like I'm switching up words. I know that that's exactly what that man said, and he said it over and over again. So whenever the man says we're living under this they got us living in or under this tetragrammaton. They got us living in the tetragrammaton or the tetragram, which is they got us living in the four-letter Hebrew word, the name or national God of Israel. So they got us living in somebody. They got us living in the word. They got us living in the name. Come on. You get what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. He's speaking of it as if it's some type of uh physical, and of course a person, the entity, yes, that's a physical person, but he's speaking of it as if it's some type of box, which is what he literally, like a cube, okay, which is what he always explains it as. That's actually a perfect instance. He actually talks about it as if it's like some type of box they got us in, okay, a cube. Okay, so what I'm getting at is he's saying that tetragrammaton, and he was linking the tetragrammaton to the aspect of the bull because of the arms raised. He's showing all of these different entities that have their arms raised and stuff, like Christ, as he says. You know, well, the thing is, yeah, you're doing that, but hold on, I lost my direction real quick. So that happens sometimes. Tetragrammaton, tetragrammaton protection, and see, that's the thing. I was looking for negative stuff on the tetragrammaton. Tetragrammaton evil. You can't find too much of anything on it, but what you will find, you want to know what it is the Baphomet. That's the inverted version. You have a positive and you have a negative, like he says with the 10 aspect, 5 and 5, up and down, which comes out to be 10. So you're going to just because there's a negative half altogether period within the whole thing, you're going to just label the whole thing negative. well, we might as well just label humanity negative, you know? That's what I'm getting. We have to change our perception on the world. You know, if positive is what we desire, we got to really focus on the positive, because all that he's focusing on is the negative. So let me go back to this video that he was on. I'm gonna go up here first to where he really started talking about the bull, and then shoot back. That's the better way to do it. Let's see where that mug is at. That's right. Now think about all of the demonic stuff he just said about the bull.
Son, Holy Ghost. But it's supposed to be father, mother, child. Father and mother represents negative and positive. When you put them together, you create energy, which is a child. That's the Trinity. So when you look at this outlet, you're looking at mama, daddy, and the child that is the grounding whole. Okay, these are the three parts of an outlet: negative, positive, grounding. You see, it looks like a doorway. Why does it look like a doorway? It's the grounding one. It's where the child is born. It's the Trinitarian aspect. Mama, daddy made a child. Negative, positive, gave you energy. That third point grounds them both. That third point unites the two. Just like when a man gets a woman pregnant, they stuck together for the rest of their life. You may not be in a relationship with her, but that's your baby mama forever. And y'all are forever tied together by that child you created. That's the bond that's gluing you together. You may say, I never want to see this chick again, but you got to, because you got to see your baby. You're bonded to her now. And this is the secrets of magnetism. And I'm giving it to you in a way you can understand, since we like to say as above, so below. This is a doorway. This represents the child or the pregnant belly. All right, let's pull up some more slides. So there was a deity called Moloch the bull. And
here we go right here. This is exactly what I'm speaking on right here. This is the point. Now, this is not, he's not speaking of this in any type of negative context. The man was just saying all of this demonic stuff, and he said that the hole in the bull was what? Where the people went to go burn. They sacrificed and did all of that, right? Well, now he's saying what? Oh, wow.
And that bull is none other than a personification of a goddamn electrical outlet. People, it's time to wake up. Oh my God, it's time.
So which one is it? So which one is it, man? See, this is what I'm saying about switching up your so-called teachings. 1 minute is one thing, indefinitely. And then the next minute, it's another thing indefinitely. This is where syncretism, that's what the word when you're synchronicity, taking two different situations that seemingly or actually have nothing to do with one another and showing the similarities within the two of them. That's exactly what's going on, man. Symmetry is what you're doing half of the time. Is like I pointed out to people, it's symmetry. With the whole pole down the center, most of everything is created in life. It got some, I said most, has some form of symmetry to it. You was talking about the bull, the thorns, the Taurus is right there. So is the Taurus negative now? When you're saying this about the earth, you're saying that the earth is flat, right? Well, you're saying that the earth is hell now. You've said that, you're concluding on that. You have said that numerous times. The earth is, that's what you said. So what I'm getting at, okay, if the earth is hell, you've in the past been saying how beautiful the earth is. you know, based on this free, you see when you was talking about the free energy and trying to get people to rock with you on what you were saying and rock with your argument, then it was all about this. It was all about the Taurus. Taurus, which is the bull. Okay, now it's free energy right there and right now, but you was just talking all of this demonic people going there. I thought it was about people burning up, man. Which one is it? Now it's both of them, huh? Come on now. Come on now, dude.
Time to wake up, people. It's time to wake up, brothers and sisters. Energy isn't created by atoms and molecules. Energy is siphoned from the ether. You can't create energy. There are no building blocks for energy. Energy is energy. Well, what is energy made out of? Energy, food. It ain't like water, where it's H2 and O. It ain't like Kool-Aid. I'm gonna mix the grape with the strawberry. Energy is energy. So what creates neutral energy, sustainable energy? Negative energy and positive energy come together to create balanced energy, harnessed energy. Okay?
Okay. So this is an aspect of nature, man. You're explaining it right now. Well, we in the living grounds of that, correct? The balance. You always brought up ball, lance, all of that different type of stuff in the past. Ball, the bull. So it's the aspect of the truth being explained here, and then you'll explain it on another time that it's the mother, that it's all got to deal with the woman. That's what you'll go to. You've said that the earth is hell, my brother, and what I'm getting at and what I want people to solemnly please realize, man, think about what y'all are saying. Think about all of this symbolism. Think about and be honest and look at the Mayan cosmology, the Mayan symbolism that you do see. Look back at all of that stuff, and do you really see something positive? Do you really see something pleasing 100% of the time? Do you see different faces and stuff in masks that have reptile type crazy, scary looking demonic faces to them? Yes. Still carved and engraved today? Yes. This stuff is, it's almost like they left some things, yeah, behind. Like y'all even say, like you pointed out, pharaohs and with the Kemet in Egypt, them having sex with the animals or whatever the case may be, and having, that's when the deity started being half animals and he said that in his recent stream, half real people, half animals, dealing with the devil, right? Well, what is the door? See, what what is the if this is hell, right? If the earth is hell, correct? What is the door that you came into? Because see, the door to any building is connected straight to the building, right? That's a fact. Without the building, the door would not exist. It'd just be, or if you just wanted to put a door there, to be a door going to nothing with no building, right? Just a door. So what I'm pointing out is that this door that we come through is the woman. And that's a fact, right? That's what I want him to realize. Think about the world that we're living in and how they portray everything about the woman and everything that y'all saying. How they desecrate the woman, how they consider the woman the devil. What do we call the earth? Mother Earth. We consider it what? A woman, right? What if you said the earth is? It's hell, right? What is hell synonymous to? The devil, right? What did you say as first? Woman, right? So in a sense, woman was that angel that got cast down. I mean, think about that. Let's go that deep. I'm not putting a bad. I'm sitting up here being real with you and letting you look at the symbology and think about it, because if you as well, it looks like a woman's womb as well. With that bull. Is balance good or is it negative? And furthermore, what I'm saying is, why complain about stuff that we know that we can't change? If it is even a power that's, why complain about stuff that we can't change? The creator gonna do what the creator is gonna do. And then somebody over on the other side also, I heard and said, what created the creator? Like I said, some answers you cannot um, come to, you know, that's like asking a child, where did they mama have, sex, conceived them at, had sex, to bring them into this world. They wasn't here to see that. We don't know that. You got to go through so you would have to go through the creator to get, we can't even figure out, half of us, who the correct creator is or what the creator is. So when people try to combat you with a question, it's just so funny to me, when it it's hilarious when they don't even know the answer. And this is just a real situation, man, that has to be examined here. Is it free energy that's being expressed, and when it is, or is it this burning, of the, which one is it?
That's the energy you use to power your computer, to power your house. If that energy was not balanced, your fucking house will burn up right now. I'm serious. If one of your electrical outlets falls out of balance, they call it, I forgot the name they call it, but a lot of houses have burnt down because of this, right? But, it's other people that can get into that deeper than me. I want to stay on track here. So this is a deity called Moloch the Bull. And a lot of people say that's the devil. That's the devil. Don't stay away from that. They want you to do that. They desecrated everything that will empower you. When you look at,
Man, do y'all hear that? I'm going back to the other stream. I'm about to go back immediately and promptly to the other stream. Do you hear that? That's almost, I mean, that's funny. This is what I'm saying about all of that syncretism and stuff, bro. And you know, that's why I'm saying you have to definitely have science behind what you proving, bro. You do. You really do, man. And I got that. Like, I really got science. I got mathematics behind, like, stuff that can't be debated behind what I'm proving, man. I told y'all that 4 and 5 was Jupiter and Saturn, and not only that, it ain't even just man. I'm telling y'all, man. Oh man. I'm not just telling y'all. I prove to y'all, and the numbers always come back and show the proof behind what I be saying. I'm gonna let this guy go ahead and talk. This is crazy. This is absurd. I'm going back to the other stream right after this. I want to hear what else he says.
This bull, this is what you're looking at, people. I'm not even gonna talk. I'm gonna see how many of y'all third eyes are open. All right, and I'm gonna just flip back and forth. Put a 1 in the chat room if you feel me. If these pictures speak for their damn self, put a 1 in the chat. So I'm gonna say this one more time. Once we started to personify energy into people, we stopped empowering ourselves and we just became servants. Jesus, how I'm gonna pay my light bill when you realize Jesus don't exist and he's just personifying the secrets of what will free you? See, let me show you how sad it is. People praying to Jesus. How they gonna pay their light bill? When if they knew that Jesus was personifying free energy and they tapped into the sun, if you smack Jesus' ass out the way for a minute and see beyond the person and see what's being personified, you'll get free. But we can't get past Jesus. We think we're gonna get our power from Jesus, but in reality, you get your power from Nevada Energy Company. And you keep showing up at church complaining to Jesus that you can't pay your electric bill when Jesus is the reason why you can't pay it.
See? And that right there is extremely important. Actually, this symbol right here, he had at the end of his stream, he was saying that this is Azazel. So what I got to say is, does Azazel symbolize free energy in that sense, sir? You know, since all of this, because you said that they all the same. That Jesus, come on, man. You know, come on, dude. Like, I'm not like, this is just crazy, man. Like, and the funny thing about it is every last one of these has an aspect of 45 degrees to it. The square is within this right here, which is the pyramid in the center. You see this right here is going at 45 degrees counter space. This one right here is the only one. The degrees is off. This is that thing that you pulled up at the end, or somebody pulled up at the end of the show, and it had this witch looking like thing, wizard looking type of thing. I've seen it before, where the arms is holding on to each other, whatever. But and you said that's Azazel. That's what you said. So, whatever the case, this right here is 45 degrees. Center point, 45 degrees. That's that's all dealing with. This is crazy, man. Like. Mm.
And instead of nut over the head, they had umbrella stones in South America. Now, the whole reason for this, and as above, so below, is that the earth you live in, not on, let me say that again, you live inside of the earth. You don't live on top of the thing on earth, okay? I want you to familiarize a little bit of these symbols before we go deep, okay? The cross that Jesus' head sits upon, the Celts call it the Celtic amulet. This sacred crossroad is where the cardinal directions of this flat plane meet at a singularity that we call the North Pole. Very, very simple. Right?
Now, one thing I want y'all to realize, guess what? Does anybody notice anything? How come the man hasn't mentioned anything about what? 45 degrees? How come he didn't say anything about the demonic 45 degrees right there where he's, because this isn't the first time that he's actually mentioned the cardinal directions. And this is what I'm pointing out to people. How come people can't see that, man? That man is doing that because of me and my presence. That's a fact, man. Nobody on this earth is talking about that number besides me. Nobody's made a huge discovery with that number besides me. And the man acts like he doesn't even recollect or, see, he sees the the grand behind it. He acts like he does not want to publicly display it. He's a hater. He wishes it was him that did it. And I mean, it's crazy. That's so funny. The dude, I mean, everything, and that's me pointing that out. Everything here has a, and that's after I made that revelation. And when I realized that within my mind and made my discovery, because first off, it just started off realizing that all of the numbers on that pyramid as I drew them out, I never drew out the pyramid until later. When I drew out everything on the square, I realized everything was at 45 degrees. And all of the numbers added up to be 45. 4.5 was right in the center. I said, this is weird. I said, this is crazy. All of this is at 45 degrees. And then I said that every single square could really just, I said, if I made a positive and negative, which is what reality, deals with, I said, this is the cosmos. And I said every single square technically is the same thing over and over again. I said that's a fractal code. And then I got to pushing the 1 and the 0, the 1 and the 8 into the center. And it's just been this long, huge, stressed out journey. And then here you are seeing me with the Nazca, all of this different stuff that I'm doing. And I pointed out 45 degrees ever since then. 4 plus 1 equals 5. For, simple math that niggas was laughing at then. But this is a universal code. When you talk about the 4 rivers, that's what I be saying, man. How you gonna talk about the 4 rivers without number? Number is how I discover what I discover. It is the underlying truth behind and even underneath flat Earth. That's the facts. That's what I'm getting at. Because I wouldn't have been able to do what I did without it.
Right. So if you look at the Celtic amulet, you're talking about the 4 corners of the earth with the North Pole in the middle. And this is what you read about in the biblical cosmology. So what we'll do now.
Nothing about 45 degrees. This is pathetic. And people
it's important to know this before we deal with oil, fossil fuels, and free energy.
He's a copycat.
Because nothing is free about the hopes.
And it's pathetic when you want to you got to do it in a manner of hating. You hating on somebody at the same time. You want to copy somebody, but you really hating on them all simultaneously. That's just pathetic. My goodness, man. And that's why I'm saying I got so much proof behind the Tetragrammaton. That's the scariest part behind it, because I know it puts so much at threat about his teachings and everything to a degree. It's like I ain't gonna say put it at threat. It certainly mimics, through his actions. That's what it seems like as well. I can say that, but I ain't gonna say, because that's not my motive. That's not what I'm doing. I ain't trying to threat. Man, I'm here for the freaking truth, man. And the freaking truth is, when it comes down to that tetragrammaton, man, he ain't thinking about anything that I've been trying to show the dude. The alignments that just passed or anything. With the Saturn and Jupiter conjunction, that's just, Jesus, 4 and 5, 45 degrees is that's a secret. When you talk about a secret, man, look, the compass, oh man, it's all right there, man.
Of fossil fuels. If you think the world is powered by dead dinosaurs, you are a fool. If you think that the gas in your car comes from zooplankton, you are an idiot. So, where does energy come from? How is energy created? And why don't they want you to know? Because the foundation of all government is the energy that powers it. And that is often overlooked. Now let's take a look at these diagrams. You have 4 corners with a point of singularity in the middle. Let's compare that. Let's compare that to this. Now, this is the Hebrew cosmos. And you can see your 4 corners as the 4 pillars.
Now, I want everyone to think about this. On his most recent stream, as well as his other one, out of the 3, it was the most recent one actually. He went into saying apex. Remember, my advanced students, apex is happy. Apex is happy. That's exactly what he said. So he said that throughout that video. So apex is happy, the God happy. He got to talking about that, and that's where he brought up the Statue of Liberty. He was talking about all of that, basically saying demonic gods, all of this different type of stuff. So what I'm getting at, man, is you're saying all of this stuff is demonic and negative. You're saying the earth is hell. But when I go back to these videos right here, when you get to talking about free energy, how come the free energy, which is a good thing, right? For the people, right? I mean, come on, that's what, especially how you explained it. Once you get to talking about that back then, everything is good. So I'm confused. And the thing is, with my presence and the questions that I'm bringing, you see why the man runs. Is not to be negative or any type of negative energy within his premises. It's actually to help you, man. It's to help, because after all, man, you're coming behind me and copying off of me. I'm not copying you. I'm clearly in my own lane. And what I brought over there and was trying to teach you and show you, look here, man, I was strictly bringing from over on my side. You ain't never been on my side, to do anything over here. And you say you don't watch over here. You say that. But we all, well, I'll speak for myself only. I know the truth behind that. Okay. It's crazy, man. You know how I mean, it's preposterous, bro. You you can't be one-minded, bro. And like he was saying, if you're going to argue with me, you're really arguing with these theologists. These are certified theologists and all of this stuff. Don't argue with me, argue with them. He wasn't to my knowledge, he wasn't speaking directly to me in the chat, but he said that to the chat. Okay, what I'm saying? So if he said that, those are theologists. Okay. Not factologists. Okay. Everything, including this symbol right here at this picture right here, which you was just talking about yesterday, your last stream when it ended on Sit Down with Sanchez. You were saying, I'm gonna talk about this symbol right here, y'all. I'm gonna break this symbol down. I'm gonna have to bring this one up and break this down because that's Azazel right there. You know what I mean? So that's it right there. And that's a good lineup, actually. That's where you're talking about the and breaking down the free. I mean, come on, you got your mind cosmos, which you always compliment. You got your Hebrew cosmos, which you always or North, Norse cosmology, which you always compliment. The human body, So what I'm getting at is, what's the problem? What's the problem? And you say that this tetragrammaton that they got us under is to hold us down. 1 minute you'll say that within the stream is that this tetragrammaton is to hold us down and all of this different stuff like an anchor, like you were saying about the cube and all of that type of stuff, right? Well, that's what I'm saying, bro. In another stream, you'll say this tetragrammaton, they got flying tetragrammatons going through the sky. This it's a symbol of the flying aspect. So which one is it? Because the tetragrammatons flying through the sky ain't too held down, homie. That's not too held down to the ground. That's symbolic of flying in the sky, actually dealing with the Nazca lines, like I've been telling you, which aren't supposed to be visible until you're up in the sky. So you got some which is what I've been getting at. The Nazca lines, that's nothing negative within itself either. If you look into those, anything made to be seen from the sky is made for the sky gods. Okay, that they can. I'm speaking in their context. Sky gods, not no lower realms. Have something from the low that's underneath gonna see that. Come on now. I almost choked in the midst of laughing. But yeah, how can anything lower from underground see that? That's crazy. But let's see if he says anything about 45 degrees, because he ain't said anything ever, is what I want people. That's actually a very powerful point. The man's never brought that up within his teachings, but he can't even answer me in the chat or respond to me in the chat. More so, he can block me because he's afraid to talk to me like a man. And he can't even provide facts behind what he's saying to refute what I'm saying. That's crazy.
Since this is a two-dimensional conception, your four corners are depicted as four pillars that you can see here. These four pillars are the four corners of the Celtic amulet. All right. Now, when you look at that Celtic amulet, you have a point right in the middle, and that point in the middle would be the highest heavens in the Hebrew cosmos. That would be the central opening. This is the point that pitched the four corners. Without this point, there would be no four corners. This is similar to a tent. Once you pitch the tent, you create four corners from the point of singularity.
I mean, come on, does it get any more simpler? Do I have to cut on my camera? I might have to do that just real quick. I might have to do that real quick, just a little quick show, because I'm working right now. But as you can see, that's what we're working on. That's the center point right there. It's being colored now, and what I'm putting in is I'm going over the black, doing the final stages of that. So that's my eye. 4.5 is the center, and that's never nonstop. That's never changing. Within it doesn't change. It's a universal constant, like I said. 4.5 is the center. That's why it's fractal, and you can't do that when you line it up with any other number set like that. If you try it on the grid with 1 through 9, yeah, all of the numbers add up to be 45, but 1 is not the polar opposite of 9. 2 ain't the polar opposite of 8, and they all add up to be 10. Like he's saying with the tent aspect, that's where you're starting off with the phallus It's because you're starting off, you're counting incorrectly. That's part of what led to my discovery. You're starting off with counting with the one, which is the phallus. So it creates imbalance. You're not starting with the woman, which is the zero. So once you incorporate that zero, it creates the balance, which is how I got the 4.5 in the center. Zero across from nine, which is comes out to be nine, which is the spiraling. And then you get one across from eight, two across from seven, three from six, 4.5, four from five, but 4.5 is half of what, which is the last number, which is nine, 4.5. So 4.5 is that point, that's that center that he's talking about. And actually, when you look at that, that's actually the keystone in Freemasonry. That simple aspect, like I just showed, or you can see with mine right here. That's why you actually got kind of the same slit right there. It's kind of dipped down like that, like you could put a keystone right there. And that's exactly what you see with that. So I mean, at the end of the day, appreciate the people who is coming through and everything. Um, that's what I'm saying with my stuff. I got nothing but facts to be shown behind my stuff. Uh, the keystone that's right here is like I'm saying with the all-seeing eye, which is on the compass, which is the Jesus aspect that y'all be seeing. So the crown of thorns, um, which is what he got, the Torah. I mean, this is all supposed to be the cosmology, right? So why is all of a sudden now that he's explaining the bull is negative, being that he's talking about the tetragrammaton? Because that's what I'm getting at for people. People have to realize this man has not been bringing up the tetragrammaton until I have been talking about this. That's been me bringing it up. So now he wants to say tetragrammaton this, tetragrammaton that. 1 minute tetragrammaton is to hold us down. And then the next minute the tetragrammaton is talking about the tetragrammatons flying through the sky. So which one is it? I'm not here to chastise him and just make him seem like the bad person. He's showing himself as the bad person whenever he acts like he acts. And he can't deal with, facts is being brought to him. I'm not just up here just clowning. It's just, that's why I let this play and let him, he needs to go back and listen to himself. And what I wish he could realize is just he need to slow it down sometimes. Sometimes you literally got to slow it down, you know, um, and just listen to yourself and your own teachings. Uh, HOTC says facts. That is the keystone or cornerstone in masonry, Freemasonry. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All day it is. So that's why I say with the Nazca lines, when you look into the original meaning of Freemasonry or the word masonry, it was synonymous to geometry, or geometry was interchangeable with that word. And yeah, man. So when I look at the lines of the Nazca being the same exact layout, uh, that's one of the earliest forms of masonry. That's crazy to me. That that's it's huge drawings. I'm wondering, and that's why I'm looking at the freaking similarities between me and is he afraid of me? Does he think I'm some type of, I don't know what's wrong with dude. He act like he's scared of me though. First thing I am taught in the craft of masonry. Yep. Yeah, that's like right after the, or at least I, you know, right after the third degree, master mason degree. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and let this guy, finish what he was saying, or at least go along a little further, because he, you know,
It's so simple. It's very simple. Think of a pyramid. Okay. If I knock off, um, excuse me, if I'm inside of a tent and I remove the center pole, you just collapse the whole thing. And that's what the North Pole is to the Earth. It's a stabilizing pole. And that's important to know when we talk about free energy. We'll be getting into that more. So I'll give you another conception, one you're familiar with.
and when I hear about that, you got to think about the masculine and feminine aspect of reality. A stabilizing pole is just like a man is supposed to stabilize, ain't he? As far as his role, somewhat. You know, a man is supposed to be the stabilizing factor of the family, the household, and stuff like that. The stern factor, you know, that keeps the things standing up. Um, you know, so I mean, all I'm saying is, you know, the guy is 1 minute he's making something. It's all beautiful at one point, and I think that this situation, that I look at situations and see it as it's, you can learn from stuff. You learn from situations. This situation, what he could learn from it, and what he should learn from it, upon hearing him old self and how he explained this and broke this down, and then hearing what he's going into now and how he's explaining it based off of whatever, because obviously he's come across some type of new knowledge that's made him view that like that. What is that new knowledge? Where does that new knowledge come from that's made him view that like that, to switch his how he viewing altogether? Because you know, I mean, come on, you know, like I said, at one moment when he was explaining the earth, which is a woman, which is what he was saying. Remember her story to his story. The man was saying that the earth was beautiful. Our ancestors this, beautiful that. Cosmology this. Remember, now he's saying that the earth is hell. Showing all of this demonic aspects of everything with the same pictures and entities that he used to explain something good, such as free energy. And he don't get where I'm coming from. This isn't a game. You know, this is real talk. This is crazy. You know, this is preposterous. How could he not think about this? Mm.
We'll just keep that one there for reference. So now let's talk about a little fella called Anansi. Because we got to, before I teach you about the deep stuff and getting all into free energy, you got to understand that this was common stuff to the ancients. You have to grasp in your mind that the generation of energy isn't a new thing. It's the oldest form of knowledge that we can find on earth. Meaning everyone knew how to cut the lights on. Our ancestors weren't living in darkness, people. You got to change the way you think. You think that people who built pyramids and aligned them with constellations didn't know how to generate goddamn electricity? Excuse my language, but geesh. Do you know that generating electricity is kindergarten compared to some of the architectural feats that these people accomplished? Do you know that one of the main mysteries in antiquity is how was Stonehenge built? How was the stones carved?
Now, Sanchez, one thing I want to point out about yourself as well, sir. You're saying that right now, but if you get into it, a lecture about something deep enough, I've heard you say ain't nothing special about a stacked up uh, set of rocks, a pyramid. Ain't nothing about a pyramid. There's nothing special about a pyramid. It's just stacked up rocks. That's exactly what came out of your mouth. Now you're saying all of this stuff and you're juicing it up here. I just want you to realize it's some stuff that, you know, I just let slide. I don't be trying to be nitpicky on everything. It's the stuff that's personal that matters. When it comes down to 45 degrees, you're trying to make it seem demonic, trying to bring it off as demonic to people. Uh, saying this and saying that about 45 degrees, at a 45-degree angle with stuff that's irrelevant. You know, bro, you're gonna find a bunch of stuff that's at 45 degrees. Bro, this pencil probably at the camera is about 45 degrees now. Based on, anything can be 45 degrees in life. Just about. What I'm getting at with 45 degrees is real science when I prove it, man. No syncretism comes really too much over here. I'm not saying that I don't bring any at all, but I bring 100% facts behind what I'm showing and what I say. And I'm not here to play. And if you want to be real about stuff and debate about stuff realistically, I'm always down for that. But you run, and it shows your true colors. To be honest, and to be honest, man, I never would have thought, bro. I never would have thought. I never would have seen it coming. I never would have expected you, of all people, to be like that. I expected more. I expected greater, bro. As many people as you've debated.
Because no one want to give the ancients credit. The ancients had electrical tools. You ain't the only one to have a power drill. You ain't the only one to cut rocks with electrical stone cutting tools. In fact, the patents for most of the tools we use today can be found in ancient hieroglyphs. This is a fact. But the ancients will never get credit. So let's talk about Anansi. This is a spider that was worshipped in a lot of parts of Africa. It's one of the oldest deities known in Jamaica. This spider has my mother is actually named after this spider. Do I have any women out there named Nancy? My mother's name is Nancy. The name Nancy comes from this deity, Anansi the spider. The name Anansi is an offshoot of the word announcement, annunciation. This was the supreme deity in African cosmology that said, "Let there be light." In American folklore, we sing a song about him. You want to hear it? The itsy bitsy spider went up the water spout. Out came the rain and, well, hey, you know how it goes. Where is the water spout? The water spout is right here. This is what the Hebrews was telling you. The water spout is right here. This was also portrayed in the Bible as Jonah in the mouth.
Now it get crazy when I hear stuff like that about the water spout, because with the water aspect, because I be looking at mine, and then it makes me go to and that ain't just based off of what he's saying. Like I literally in the past, y'all, if you paid attention to my work, which is what I be doing, the significance behind, I took this and I overlaid it on what you call the four rivers of the North Pole, the Mercator map. I did that to show the similarities that I was seeing behind the branching off of the rivers, which is this central aspect right down here that you see, right down here. So these blue right here that you see, anything blue is water or watts, separating the water above from the water below. So 3 and 6 is representative of the sky, the water above, watts above. 0 and 9 is the horizon, the line, the water below. So water. So with the as above, so that's covered. But when I look and listen to what he just said specifically about the water, that would be blue. Blue would be coming up right here, because I did everything based on a 45-degree calculated shift. Every single level is turning it's spiraling out 45 degrees. So if I had the other thing to show it, well, actually you can see it right here. Here it is. What I'm saying is blue will be coming down, because what he's saying about the water spout, that's what's so dope about this. It's a big huge crystal. So the same thing that I'm trying to explain to you, you can see it, because this whole big old huge thing, which is going to be the cosmos, is being seen within this small aspect of itself. That's what's so freaking dope about this. So I don't even gotta have the whole thing laid out. You can still see the whole thing right here. That's what's dope, because every one of them is the whole thing. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy, man. So when you look at that, blue is supposed to be right here. Okay, 0 and 9, because 0 and 9 is right, just like you see right here. Because if you turn it 45 degrees, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And this is the blue area. So blue is always on. So blue is going to be coming down, which is water. So what he just said about the water spout, the water literally will be coming, according to my work, it will be coming down like that. We're living inside of something that's like a crystal. That's just a fact. That's how I'm gonna leave that right there. But I'm gonna let him go ahead and go.
Out of the whale. Because when the soul enters the earth, you are a fallen angel. We all descended to this place. Now, check this out, because you need to understand this in relation with Anansi. Let me clear some of this stuff. We're going to be very thorough today, okay? Now, let's go back to this pretty little fella here. What are you looking at? Okay? This spider, Anansi the spider, wasn't worshipped literally, meaning that ancestors wasn't worshiping a spider, guys. Okay? Seriously. The ancestors were giving reverence to energy that was all around them. What is God other than energy? We say God is, if you're a religious person, you're taught that God is the energy that.
Man, this point that he's making and what he's saying right now is so important and powerful in regards to the whole matter at hand that I'm explaining. What when you talk about energy, that's what I'm trying to show, right? Or that I am showing with my work. This right here is, yeah, people call it vortex-based math, but I went over in the past, and that's what people don't like, I guess, as well too. I'm too factualist, I guess, and too truth where, I ain't gonna switch up nothing. Now, at the end of the day, the facts is your vortex-based math, deals with Marco Rodin. He's done his work with it. But the fact, if people want the undeniable facts, the Freemasons was on that first. He did not discover that. The Freemasons, 32nd degree, if you look into the encampment, they already got that knowledge, and that was out there because they had that out. The 32nd degree existed way before Marco Rodin was even born. So that knowledge they already had that. And I don't put that past them for knowing that. But this right here, this is something, like I'm saying to people. This is something that has never been drawn out, never explained, and the closest explanation that you're gonna get to it is the Nazca lines. But nobody on earth has been able to link the Nazca lines with Freemasonry at all. At all. You can't find anything on the internet about it. But you're about to start seeing it now because that's what I'm about to start putting in the algorithm and stuff. I got a lot of work to do, man. A lot of stuff like this right here, I just gotta, dedicate I have to protect the image of what I'm doing, man. I can't have people out here thinking, just because something I'm doing and it's infinite and all of this different, that it's demonic or it's crazy, or that because it got to deal with Freemasonry that it's automatically evil. If you think like that, you short-minded, and that's why some people don't come across the truth like they need to. That's just being honest.
Fuels the universe. So now let's take away God as a man that speaks from a throne, and let's think of God as an omniscient energy that surrounds all of creation and permeates through all of creation.
So that's what Corey is getting at. That's exactly what I'm drawing out, because this right here is something, like I said, this is a crystal grid. What you're looking at, one person might look at this and see, one person, it's all about the mind. One individual might look at this and be like, man, that's a hole to hell. The red is fire, right? That's correct, I would say to one. That's a fact. I would tell them that and let them know that. Well, fire is it never ends. It at the tips is, so that's the what you would say to, one could say the burning pit. One could look at it that way and perceive it that way. Because, see, this is what I'm getting at about somebody like Sanchez who has a bright mind, but it's about how you perceive something. Have you ever heard of as above, so below? One person might look at this like a big old hole down into somewhere. One person might look at this like a hole up into the sky to heaven. It's all about where your mind and your heart is at. Because guess what? Both of them is blue. There's blue sky up above, which is what you see here, the watts, 6 and 3, partner. And then you got 0 and 9, which is the water, the held down stuff, the held down energy. It's so most of life on Earth goes and is living underwater as well. A lot of people don't even talk about. Most life on Earth is underwater, you know, which is scare some people. You know, when we talk about hell energy, it would make sense that a lot more souls would go to hell, right? Well, the living life that we witness is fish underwater. I ain't saying that that's what, but I'm just giving some insightful points and what the man is saying about the energy and everything around us. This is the energy, the crystalline energy that is around us that I'm showing and exemplifying right here, the tetragrammaton. That's why I'm saying this. I'm strongly, man. I'm trying not to press it, but I keep on. It seems like the more that I've talked to God and try to pull back and try to belittle myself a little, to humble myself and everything, to make sure I don't push myself too much. It's like the answers keep on pressing me towards that. I'm almost feeling like this is the true tetragrammaton, to be honest. Like this is the true tetragrammaton. Um, it's not that star necessarily that it got. The star is accurate because that's what happens with the stars. Like when you look at the stars, the astrological lineups, that's all there. But it's something about this, man. And this is the grid. When you talk about that energy that's around us, this is the energy that's around us. When we talk about God, which would be, he said that God would be energy. Well, this is exactly what this is. It's funny.
Another way you can look at that is this. Again, I want you to look at the screen and listen to the words out of my mouth. What we're looking at here is an example of how free energy is generated. If you can reduplicate this concept, you can have energy forever. And it's very simple to do. You could take a series of magnets to create. Remember, energy is motion. So the secrets of generating energy lies in creating perpetual motion. If you can create something that's moving and it'll never stop moving, you can siphon energy from the movement of that thing. This is how energy is generated because energy is not created. You should be clear with that. You cannot create energy. You cannot destroy energy, but you can generate it. Now, the same way you can generate water, but you didn't create water. You can't destroy water and you can't create water. You can set water on fire. It'll just turn to gas and it'll turn back to water again. You didn't kill water. You just made it change forms. It's going to turn back to water again. Can't destroy water. You say, well, I can dry it up. You still ain't destroyed it. Just exists as gas. Once you soak it up in a rag and the rag dry out, where did the water go? Back to the atmosphere to be rained down again. No drip of water goes missing on this earth.
And that goes back to one thing when Chris Cyphers, when he was around at that time. I remember when he was around, he had said he was trying to say something then when I had said that, I said exactly what Sanchez had said before I even heard that. But well, of course, in that to him, I was saying it after he's saying this right here. But I had said this and thought this to myself before Sanchez brought this up right here. Uh, Water is something, because I'm a water sign. I'm Cancer, so I was thinking about that. Um, at the end of the day, water is something that's almost indestructible. I mean, it's merely indestructible. It's all it does is change forms, like he just explained. So I was just bringing that up about Chris because that's pretty much another person who's in conjunction with that statement. Water is something that it changes forms. Fire is something. Water can destroy fire. You pour water on fire, it can put fire out. Um, Water can destroy earth. It breaks earth up over time, breaks things down. Um, can't destroy air. I was just looking at different elements and how they can be destroyed and stuff like that because I feel like that canceling out process could, it's a code within that itself, and could some healthy information could be within there. But as you can see, every single element is here. Every single element. And the funny thing about this with the Saturn thing, apparently Saturn has to deal with lead. The not deal with lead, but the element for Saturn is lead. That's exactly what I'm putting this in. That's funny. But this is all the colors of the man. This dude, bro, I could really go in on Sanchez when it comes to this knowledge, bro. I could keep on. It's just endless and endless. And the Eastern stars are so mysterious. This brother ain't even went in and talked about the Eastern stars like that. I mean, for him to be about the her story, the his story thing, I'd have think this brother, he talk about the Freemasons, but come on. For somebody who thinks, see, and that's the type of road PR Corey will go down, which I have briefly. I actually got a video where I was talking about the Chicana / the Eastern Star. I linked that together and showed that. Not just syncretism, but facts. The element aspect that you see here, it's actually an Eastern Star uh, quilt that I had seen. And I got it on my phone. I have to show it. But it's just like the Nazca lines. And I have to show it on here later. But yeah, man, that's what I'm gonna have to go into and talk about more is the Eastern stars. Because this is a star, the Estrella, the Nazca Estrella is a star, you know, literally a star. So this is, I ain't saying it's the Eastern Star, but golly. Because the reason why I'm saying the Eastern Star, think about it. What is the Eastern Star? I showed y'all the measurements of the 5-point star, which comes out to be these exact numbers right here. These exact numbers across from each other is what it comes out to be, which is the tetragrammaton. So it's crazy. So, man, it's crazy. I'm going to have to go back into it. Shit crazy.
Mother Nature is stingy and she's a neat freak. And she sure doesn't waste a thing. Which leads to this topic of free energy. We live in a time where the world governments are discussing sustainability. And that's because the ways we power our world aren't based in free energy. They're based in ways that are meant and intentionally to be non-sustainable, because this allows man to give the illusion that he's creating energy. And if man can give you the illusion that he's manufacturing energy, he can charge you for it. You see, man has factories where he creates shoes, he creates tabletops, he creates swing sets. But there is no factory in the world where man creates energy and sells it to you. There are energy generating plants, but there's no place where energy is manufactured. And because of that, what's stopping you from generating your own energy? The same power that's stopping you from collecting rainwater to drink. See, in a world where everyone empowered themselves with knowledge, there would be no need for government to supply you your basic necessities at a deadly cost. Let's stay on subject. Let's get to the science. Because all of this is going to relate. When we speak of God, we're speaking of a omniscient energy. Once you say omniscient, you can't give it any definition, right? What are the definitions of a circle? That's easy to answer.
Look, guess what? God is going to guide you. God, guide. Etymology. I know that he's even said that in the past. God got you. Okay, God got me. And people wondering how I'm getting this, because I got people ask me, bro, how's you, like, where is you getting like, is you talking to somebody or something? Like, what's going on? Like, dude, God, man. A lot of y'all do not. I understand we in the knowledge age and stuff like that. I just always say to myself and to God, I always say, I'm not gonna act like I know what your name is. That's where all of the confusion comes in, because a name ain't nothing but a word. It's something to get worked up and whirled up in. And at the end of the day, I don't be going for the name. I search for the signs, the guidance, the literal guidance, like guidance. I search for guidance. And the guidance, of course, I start off from myself. I say to God first, because we born with with the perception of, or at least an increment of free will, a degree of free will. And I always say to God, God, I'm doing this by myself first. I'm gonna try to fight this battle by myself first. I thank God more than I ask God for anything. That's one thing I will conclude and tell you. I barely ask God for anything in life. I got my reasons for that, but I thank God more than anything. And I always say, at the end of the day, God, I'm gonna try to fight this battle by myself. But if I can't do it, I'm gonna need your guidance. And you know, since I try to display my strength and my willpower, because I feel like that's part of what a grand factor of what life is about. You know, I set up for a long time, act like I got 100. All of the answers can come from me and stuff like that. All of the answers can come from me and from the inside, all to a degree, but it gets to a point where you hit a black wall. You know, and that's a fact. It gets to a point where you hit a black wall, and the fact is, you got to have a connection. It ain't even about a belief in God, man. You got to have a connection. It's in the heart. And it takes real demonic people to hate on people who have a connection with God, that you can't force nobody to comprehend the connection that you have. You can't force anybody to know that God is there. But what I can do is do what I'm supposed to do here on the outside, showing y'all the facts that I am showing y'all. And I mean every word behind what I say. Like, I mean, like I always tell people, tell me one thing that I've lied on. Point out one thing that I've said that is a lie over here. Because I ain't even pulling up my slides like the brother says and stuff, or my art. I ain't pulling up my stuff because I've done that in the previous streams. And if I have to do that every stream, that I'll be up here and all of my stream yard time will be gone in one rap, one video. So I mean, I'm letting this guy, because he won't. It's almost like a robot debate. Um, because the dude won't debate me. I can't label and say why the dude won't debate me. I can only speculate, you know. But if you ask me based on the context, he's afraid, man. And I'm just being genuinely honest. I ain't never seen dude act like this with nobody. He's for somebody who's voiced himself, and it ain't like I'm the type of guy who get on there and get the cussing him out. How many times have people heard PR Corey get on the panel and cuss Bro Sanchez out? Most of the time, people be amazed that I got up there and I didn't cuss him out. They be expecting me to because they seen me, say certain stuff in the chat. But when you get on somewhere, see, I'm the type of person typing something, man, in the chat, how you feel in the chat, typing something. And then when I get on somewhere and I got to display my face, my character, all of this different type of stuff, not only for myself, but somebody else in a platform, I want to make for sure that I'm considerate even about dude. Like he said, it's a professional platform and stuff he trying to run and stuff. I don't want to get up there and mess up dude's stuff and make his stuff look horrible. That's why I get up there and I present knowledge. And I don't get how some people think you be clout chasing and stuff like that when you coming up there and you providing facts, new profound facts, which is what the man said he wanted. You know, people to bring new knowledge. And then once he gets his wishes, it's like some hateration. It's almost like, yeah, I wanted some new knowledge, but golly, not on this level, not nobody to outdo me. You know, that's how he look at it, and that's what I hear could be coming in his brain. And not only outdo him because he knows and he's seeing himself. He talked shit about me in the past, but I'm one of these cats out here out of the many that came with facts after facts after facts after facts. I mean, I could get to pulling up stuff now and just if I wanted to, but I could be here all night, literally, with just facts and go down all of my stuff. And, shit, this should have take forever. But
Sure. You can define a circle in plenty ways. 360 degrees, 720 degrees.
False. That's false. That's false. And we had that debate in the past. That's why I was telling this dude that it's so false. Okay, y'all. This how I'm gonna debunk this. This how I'm gonna debunk this, man. This is simple, man. You can't go against it. Now. This is the bottom of a light that I'm gonna show. Hold on. Okay, this is a light. You see this right here? You see this? I'm gonna keep it as still as possible. How many degrees is this circle? 360 degrees, 9 times out of 10, y'all would probably say. How many degrees is it now? It got a little smaller, didn't it? It's still the same circle. It's 360 degrees. How many, this circle that I got right here, how many degrees is that? It's 360 degrees. It's a science behind 360 degrees. There's something called a universal constant, and 360 degrees just happens to be near in that category. That's why 4.5 and what I'm showing behind it comes in that or fits in that category as well. So what I'm pointing out right there is that every circle, based on once the human got to the point of where's my light at? The switch or plug. Once we got to the point of where we could comprehend or decrypt the knowledge behind the circle or whatever, that's why all of this stuff, with Freemasonry, Jesus, even I guess to a degree, all of this stuff comes into play. I mean, the years and all of this, astrology, 360 degree numerology being the base of it, man. 360 degrees is always going to be what a circle is. A circle ain't going to ever be 700. You could cut it up into different degrees if you want to. What you could call degrees, because you have even things called arc degrees, okay, which are very, very small. And I think they even got something smaller than that. I just don't get that. But that's just a fact. At the end of the day, 360 is always going to be 360. That's a constant. You can't change that.
Two domes put together.
Anyway, I'm gonna look into the track. I said track, the chat because this thing is twirling. So I'm gonna look into this right now, to see what's going on with it. CZ. I gotta scroll up to the most recent one I remember. Fractals, yep. He can't debate you on your information because you're doing the work and not plagiarizing someone else's work. That's right, bro. Real talk, man. Ain't it, man? I can't believe this. Like, and I be blown the fudge away, bro. Like, I be on the internet really searching, trying to see how much. How ain't nobody ever did
Or
this
give you a circle. Oh, you
or
can.
seen or created just a simple pyramid, and it just be messing my mind up. I'd be lost. I'd be like, dude, you know, now this thing want to start playing. Fracture to break down like fire allows use to blacksmith. Allows use to blacksmith. Yes, bro, it's thousands and thousands of years old, and yes, it's given to the 32nd degree. Yep. hmm You won't be able to because it's given in the craft, but you are able. This thing is on lag, if you can see.
Define
Because
omniscience.
it's given in the craft.
Define infinity. What does infinity?
Hold it, partner. I'm reading the chat. You won't be able to because it's given in the craft, but you are able to make the connection without being in the craft, which is powerful. Right. Yeah, because yeah, man. Yeah. You gotta be. I get. Hey, it's a wall right there, man. A wall that 9 times out of 10. PR Corey. Y'all might want me to, but I ain't gonna never see what's on the other side of, bro. Cause I'm building my own wall, and y'all can the good ones can work with me. The ones who want to leave behind, the Masons who want to leave behind something, for the work. Because this pyramid thing, man, I'm serious. Like when he's talking about the free energy and everything, we moving into a new age, and I'm serious about sparking a new revolution of conscience. Because see, you can't just complain about what somebody else won't do. That's just the type of person I am. If one person ain't willing to do what the righteous thing that I see needs to be done, then obviously if I can see what's right that needs to be done, and I got the mind to say it, obviously then I need to do it. So bringing in a pyramid that would produce, in not only a pyramid, but we need a culture, us as people, us from this land. We need a culture, and we don't have any form of culture. We buy everything else from other people that they make, overseas or even they make here. But we need something that's us. And that's what I'm trying to spark off. I only got a certain amount of time, while I'm alive. And that's why I take my life so serious and take the information. And though one might look at it like, 4 plus 5 is just simple math, something to laugh at, like he did in the past and joke around with his cats on the panel. I'm serious because I'm trying to build with people that's serious and really trying to lead a mark. Cause bro, I think about different stuff all the time. There've been a lot of cats that actually been around and listened to this guy's stuff, been on this panel, all type of different personalities. Some people I don't even see come around no more. I question to myself sometimes, man, how many cats then died? That how many people then died that we ain't heard from no more? Eventually everybody gotta die. So I know that I gotta go. And I take my time serious because what I'm trying to bring in and what I'm trying to bring to people, I know that I only got, a certain amount of time before shit, the curtains is closed. And the shit serious to me, man. So when niggas be playing, shit, it just make me up the heat. If you look at my logo and my avatar, Corey, which is created in 2009, is based off of 45 and similar to your great work now. If you look at my logo, yeah, I'm gonna have to look at it closer because it's YouTube got it set up to where you can't see stuff super close. Can't wait till you finish your piece. Yeah, man, that's gonna be soon, bro. It's gonna be soon. This is probably the longest stretch. This takes the longest. Y'all can't even see over here what I'm working on the part, but this is because I'm starting from the technical number. the first zero would be zero in the corner on this zero right here. Um, but this zero I'm starting from, and then of course up to one. So I got to come back down to 9. And this is literally the first zero. And then I could go down, or I could go back, go up. So this part, and the craziest shit is, man, once this is done, after all of these squares, I got to draw my face in the background. So a huge face in the background. So that's gonna be the fun part to me. That's a lot of damn work, but that's why I'm telling people, bro. When I say millions, I'm not playing, bro. I'm not playing. And the connections that I got, that I've been making in the process, is because it's not about always what you know, it's who you know. That's why I say I just want people to start taking their stuff more serious. And if it's any help that I can be, that's why I got my other channel I created too, because I'm gonna start teaching people how to draw. Even though I feel some type of way about the support level on my end, part of what I wanted, my mission as well, is to, because that's part of, when you carrying on to your next life. If you want to, you know, y'all look at karma and stuff like that, but carry on even certain abilities and stuff like that, or level up your abilities into your next shell, because you know, so part of your duty is to, outlay how to do that to some other people, in a way, to pass on your craft, because everybody don't have kids, but pass on your craft and your skill to other people that's on the earth. That way it continues to live after you gone. So that's part of what I'm gonna be teaching people, because this eye ain't even done. It probably look real to some people, but it ain't even done yet. I gotta, really come back in and do details. But this shit takes the longest, so I'm starting on it. And I got to do every single one. That shit crazy. So, so that's a lot of stuff, man. As above, so below. Below is in the dust of the old knowledge that resides here before you and remains here once you leave. That's right. That go in sync with what I just said. Blow it out your ass. Get it. Man, I've been teaching this in the form of illusion. You can get rid of nothing. Water is right. Why? Yeah. Because I mean, fire is just heat. To be honest, fire is, when you think about that, that's a powerful point. Because fire is just technically heat. Fire is a really mysterious element. To be honest, it's right there next to electricity. You know, because I mean, out of nowhere, with friction, you just get this flame. It's like a, because fire is almost like a portal. That's why I say it's weird. It's almost like a heat portal or something like that. I don't know. Water and fire are best friends. This world's fire water caught in a bubble or a bowl. Bro, I can go in on the Eastern stars. They are my sisters, right? I can only imagine. I know you could. I know you could, bro. Real talk. Uh, a bowling ball shape. Zadochios, I think that's how, and his 12 daughters. A bowling ball type system. Bowling is like Battleship. It's the black cannonball system, black 8 ball and pool. Bowl, bows. The system deity is whom, it's about to pop up. The system deity is whom I pay homage to, and in the craft of Freemasonry, you must subject yourself. The grand architect of the universe. Bro, you are doing just fine. You're doing the work. Your truth is powerful. I appreciate that, bro. Real talk. I appreciate all of the support, man. Strongly needed. I appreciate it. By yourself, get along. Uh, whoa, where did it go? Get along. Peace of mind, price of mind, heart. To do fine is pay yourself attention. For most trust is very little time for a peace of mind. He can't debate the work you put in. It's the difference between Googling and going out and doing the physical work. Theory doesn't become truth until you do the work. That's right, man. And he can try to debate it, and that'll be fun. But it's just gonna, like I said, people don't, because they don't. Bro, it's gonna make you look stupid. Like that's what's so fun, and that's why he deleted. That's why I be on his ass, because I ain't seen dude delete too many videos, man, of people. So when I skunked him in that debate where he told me it was elementary, I would not ever forget that. You know, you take one step in the freaking sky, and you're supposed to travel from Arkansas to California, or travel miles based off of one step. I laughed at that and so many other people, and he thought that he was right. And the dude had to realize afterwards that he was false, so he took his video down. It was hilarious to me, and I that's why I be on it, because I be who if somebody else was in his chat calling him out on that, he would have been and said something to them directly. I've been waiting on dude to say something to me, but he ain't said nothing about it. It's because he know he in the guilty. So it's hilarious, man. I swear to God, bro. Fire is based off a tetrahedron. I'm a firefighter as well, and a Mason. Go figure. That's what's up. That's dope. That is that you're a firefighter. But it's based off a tetra. Yeah, that's I seen actually some art that somebody created where they had different shapes um of the platonic solids synonymous with different elements. Uh, Fire. All right, yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm about to let this go ahead and play real quick and go back to his new stuff to because apparently it's good. Apparently Tor, the Taurus, which is synonymous with the horns, this is good. Yeah, I mean, Horus is hours, time, and time is created by magnetism, which is what I've been getting at. Because magnetism is movement, the great mover, the great mother, which is the magnet, Ma. So the magnetism or movement is what creates time, you know, because time is based on distance, speed, and all of that stuff.
Just shaped like. Did you measure it? See, the thing about energy being infinite is that was turned into God being omniscient. When you personified energy as a person, people stopped empowering themselves and they started being starstruck. So now everybody's worshiping Allah, Jesus, and they think they're getting energy, but yet they're slaves to a huge electrical grid and a conspiracy that started in Greco-Egyptian times. This goes back to our little friend. And what you got to realize is this. What is God? God is the ever-present force that powers creation. What can creation be powered by other than creator? Where does the creator get his power from? Creation. It's a symbiotic relationship. The creator can't be the creator without the creation. And the creation can't be the creation without a creator.
So one thing I'm thinking about right now, and we about to go on a little internet ride real quick. So I'm about to stop this real quick and go to the internet. Uh, so at the end of the day, we're gonna go for a little ride. I've been thinking about this. So it's okay for the man to rock with the Hebrew cosmos, right? And be in supports of the Hebrew cosmos, right? Well, what about who they actually believe in? A form of this stuff ain't just coming out of nowhere, is all I could tell, brothers. The funny thing is, so what's the Hebrew name of God? Yahweh, right? Supposed to be Yahweh / Jehovah, Tetragrammaton, right? And that's why he keep on saying this about we living under this Tetragrammaton. He keep on saying that. His recent videos, that's the context that he's put it in. Tetragrammaton, because I want everybody to be able to see this proof just solidly. It's right here. This is the proof that I'm talking about. If I got anybody over here new that been potentially over there on his side and wondering, what I've been talking about as far as proof, I do need to at least briefly go through what I've been saying. The Tetragrammaton, when we talk about sacred geometry, we're talking about Brother Sanchez, who is a highly intelligent sacred geometry person who is into symbols and everything like that. What I was getting at him about recently, as far as being in his chat and all of the mayhem I was causing up, was not just for no reason. I was saying that he used the incorrect picture for the Tetragrammaton when he was explaining it. When he explained the Tetragrammaton, he pulled up this picture. Later on, he also pulled up. Sorry about that. This thing slips sometimes. It's still slipping. Later on down the line, come on, buddy. It's slowing down. Computer being slow. Later on, he used this one. No, not that one. Not that one. This thing tripping. Golly. This thing got a mind of its own. I mean, literally, they do. God dang. Hold on. I'm going to pull it back up. Tetra. Okay. 1 second. Just a CZEC. Chrome tab. Share audio. Can't forget that. All right. I'm going to use the manual scroll this time because using a touchscreen apparently is a huge issue around here. So the other one that he used, come on. Now, of course, I ain't gonna click on that just yet. We ain't gonna go there just yet. But he used this one as well. He used that one when he explained it. Now, what I'm getting at about this tetragrammaton aspect, he says in the context, I wish I could do all of the pull up his stuff, have it on. I wish there was a software where I could, pull his stuff up and have him so I could just click play on it. He'd say exactly the part, I got the time, play that so people can hear it. And then, okay, so yeah, I heard him say it. I ain't switching up no words and then just go straight to the evidence. Cause I just really like people to be able to hear it. I ain't switching up nothing. And the facts is, he says that we live under a tetragrammaton. The tetragrammaton is the name of God. So you're saying that he's speaking of it as if we live in a box, like the tetragrammaton is a box. Okay. Well, the tetragrammaton, when you look at it, every last one of them, what it really is dealing with an astrological alignment, and it's also called the Star of Bethlehem. Okay. The Star of Bethlehem, which is this star, you can see Jupiter. Whoa, golly, man. Hold on just 1 second. That was destined to happen eventually, hey. Golly. There we go. I don't want the display to be fully gone. But art. There we go. All right, now, what was I? What point was I at? Yeah, tetragrammaton. What I was saying about the astrological aspect of the tetragrammaton. Now, what we have is what a 5-point star. That's why I was saying it's so important to see. He probably feels like every last star that he was using is the same thing, and I'm gonna show and prove why. You can't just say that, and that's actually not the truth. The type of star that you use does matter, and it's got to deal with geometry. And if you don't know about geometry and the underlying geometric, angles, it shows that angles and all of this stuff matters when it comes to the truth. Because I know that y'all just looking at stuff from the surface, and you hearing him say this and talking about this God, Azazel, and all of these different gods and stuff, or fallen angels, demons, like he calls them and stuff. And it sounds, like it's on point because it is, as far as how they're syncing it up. But what I'm saying and showing Of course, like I've said, we got negative within us. We got negative and positive within us. What puts us in the right to even judge a creator that uses negative energy in order to punish us? If that's what goes on. If I'm not concluding and saying that I know, but what I'm saying, we can't judge a creator for having negative within itself. We just a creation, and we got negative within us. And you see Jupiter and Saturn on both of these right here. I mean, on the Tetragrammaton, Jupiter up here at the top, and down here at the bottom you see Saturn. It's something that's consistent. Jupiter up here at the top, and Saturn down here at the bottom. I don't know if it'll zoom in or not. Yeah. So Jupiter down here at the bottom 2 times, Saturn up here at the top. And in the middle, if you realize, you have right here, which is the staff of Hermes, all of this stuff that they've been talking about, him and Dres recently. And that is something else that he pointed out, that Yahweh, this name, it looks like eyes. Think about what I'm drawing out and what you see right there. That's something else. I mean, just being honest, that's crazy. So here's a golly. Here's a emblem, or a pendant, so you can see it up close. 4 is up there. 4, 5, 5. These are the astrological symbols for Jupiter and Saturn. I'll pull those up real quick. Damn, just symbol. Okay, so you see that Jupiter is the number 4. This is what I was saying about the with the planets. Okay, the planets in the astrological lineup. If the Earth is flat, which is what the brother says as well, if you take the flat, or take the Earth, which would be a ball in that context in the lineup, if you take that out because it's flat and you count the rest of the planets, it turns out that Jupiter and Saturn turn out to be the 4th and 5th planets. Brother Sanchez himself, or the people who only subscribe to what Brother Sanchez says and take it, because you do have those people out here, who take it as only what he says is the truth, and that he's the wisest one. Well, even him himself has said that Saturn is the number 5. Okay, he said that, so we got that one X out. But I'm proving and showing that Jupiter is 4. What other proof does PR Corey have that Jupiter is the number 4? I'll pull up this right here. This is where I've been talking about magic squares, and this goes into what Bro Sanchez was saying about magic, about the symbol that he pulled up. He pulled up a symbol, I think, on the first stream where he started talking about all of these different deities. And I showed where, and I said in the chat that that symbol actually comes from the magic square. Well, at the end of the day, the magic square for Jupiter is 4 by 4. And all of these different magic squares have different set, and they're for different planets. They have different set grids. So magic square Jupiter right there. The first number, I mean, it's on a 4 by 4 grid. The symbol for Jupiter looks like the number 4. And not only that, the first number is what? Is 4. And then the next one is what? Plus that 10 that he was talking about, which is 14. So you have 4 and 14, 4 by 4 grid, and the astrological alignment looks like 4. Pretty much safe to conclude that there is some type of going on with 4. And not only that, like I said, with the planetary lineup, if you take the Earth out and it's flat, just like the ancients, and consider the actual planets that they went by, and we'll go to the actual planets that the ancients have, because after all, it's what the ancients went by that matters more with this guy, right? Not only with him, but just the truth. If we just go off of the truth, and there's the symbol that he pulled up right there. This is for the magic square. This is actually for the one of Saturn. The magic square of Saturn. That's the actual thing, that when he remembered the atom thing that he was talking about, that's it right there. And that's actually made by this 4, 5, 6 line that's right there, and the other ones are made by adding those and creating that. So that's how that's actually gotten. The brother didn't want to bring this up, or he didn't know it. One of the two. But all I'm showing within that matters, because the fact is that square or that symbol, I mean that symbol wouldn't be made without those numbers being set up like that. And that's a fact. So when he talks about that, what I'm getting at is that the brother talks about sacred geometry and everything, but it seems like I'm going at and showing and proving that there's underlying information that the numbers is the building blocks, and that it's a communication with the numbers. That's what that magic square is showing and proving you, is that for the symbols, the numbers is an underlying geometric shifter. It creates geometry. So some people think that numbers is something that's not real. Well, I went over and showed people that even with this work that I'm doing right here right now, this ain't just based. Even if I took these numbers, like what we consider the symbols, if I took these numbers out of here, the the same math would still work out, because the blocks themselves equal out to be the same energy. And you can't do that with any other number beside or pyramid besides the one that I drew out. But anyway, to stay on point, because we breaking down and showing the proof behind the tetragrammaton like I'm supposed to be doing. I'm showing all of these different magic squares right here, right now, because you got the magic square of Jupiter right here, which is 4 by 4, the magic square of Saturn, magic square of Saturn. That's what you see right here. This, I went over the compass recently, the 15 degrees. That was every increment on the compass. That's what you see, the number 15 right there. 15 times 3 is 45. Um, and that's the magic square that the brother pulled up. That's it right there. And this is the actual, that's where it actually comes from. It's different geometric shapes that you can make from it, but that comes from that specifically. That's just a fact. So you got that right there. What's specific about the magic square of Saturn dealing with my work? If you realize, it has all of the chronological numbers: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8 and 9, and 3, 5, and 7, which is our Masonic numbers, are right here in the center and make this center line up. The significance of what PR Corey on the tangent has been showing is with 4, 5, and 6. And who knows, it might be something out there that y'all might discover, or somebody else might be able to discover on the transverse. Maybe it's something with 2, 5, and 8, or 8, 5, and 2. You might have to look into it, because, like I've said, I've made one of the greatest mathematical discoveries in history, but I have not made the last. I tell you that. And it's up to other people, because I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping after this. That's one thing. It's shown me I got another talent. So the next one, magic square, because what was the other? What are the planets that are on the tetragrammaton? I'm tripping. What are the planetary symbols on the tetragrammaton? Like I said, we got Jupiter up here at the top, which is 4, right? And then we got 5 and 5, which is Saturn, two Saturns, symbols at least. And right here in the center, the only other one that we have is Mercury. Okay, that's the symbol for Mercury, the staff of Hermes, all of that y'all been getting at. That's all right there. All right. So the last one that we supposed to go to is the magic square of Mercury, which is 8 by 8. See that first number? That's consistent with the fact of the last one. The previous one was 4 by 4, and the first number was 4. So that's showing what with this planetary aspect. 8 is the polar opposite. Mercury is the first planet, but 8 is the polar opposite of 1 on my work. So you got an 8 by 8 grid going on right here uh, for Mercury. Now, what's all of this got to deal with? Like I say, with the Nazca lines. Nazca Dang, I didn't mean to type square like that. Here it is right here. So this is the magic square, the Nazca lines, okay? Square is weird. This is one of the Nazca lines. If you put the magic square over it, this is what I've been shown. This is the magic square of Mercury, and they put this over it. Okay, you see 44 and 45 is right there in the center, just like you see. This is what you're seeing right here. If you look on the screen, if you see what I'm drawing, what you see right there on the screen is exactly part way of what you see right here. The circle that you see right there going around 4 and 5 is going right around where you see this 4 and 5 is not there, but it will be going around right here. The other circle is up here at this area, at this, it's going on the next level, which is on the 3 6, because this is all going through these numbers specifically. So it's going through 3 and 6 right there. It makes a circle for 360 degrees. And then the next one goes through 7 and 2. Okay. Which is the final circle, which is, like the square, because that makes the square. Like the 7 and 2, the yellow makes a square within the work, and it's consistent. It never breaks. So 7 and 2 got to deal with the square. Um, yeah. So, because I mean, two sevens, if you take them, they make a square geometrically. That's all you need. So yeah, you got that right there with the 8 by 8 with the magic square. That ain't even the impact of the evidence. That's just showing with the magic squares, Nazca lines. What is the Nazca lines? Nazca Estrella, for the people who have not seen it. This is what you just saw. This is an actual picture of it. So that you see right there in the center is actually what you see right here. This is an actual picture of the Nazca lines, Estrella, that I'm doing my work that it has to deal with. This is the tetragrammaton that I'm talking about, or the name that, because man, it's so much stuff. It's so hard to put it all in one, man. That's the only reason that I'm so jitterjack, because I mean, I could go. It just takes time. I just gotta admit that, man. It takes time, and I'm just pulling up pictures right here so that you can see the actual Nazca Estrella right there for us for yourselves. So next way, what I'm gonna pull up is the angles of a 5 point star. These are the angles of a 5 point star. This is highly important because, like I said, this is the proof behind the tetragrammaton in my work and what I'm doing. Okay, now think about it. I know some people probably said like, okay, yeah, 4 and 5. Let me pull up the planets first because I didn't pull up visualization for that. Planetary, the planetary lineup. So here's the planetary lineup. Is this one a better one to use? Yeah, this is a better one because it got bigger ones. But this is what you would have. This is my point that I'm making. These are the planets that we have, and I'm gonna pull up which ones that the ancients have. You got Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. People can say that these ain't real, all of that stuff. I get that. I get that 100%. I'm just showing you the facts and the numerological aspect of it. If the Earth is not a planet, and if we took this out, I'm showing you why the symbols are what they are too. Because mind you, out of all of those planets that you saw symbols for, you didn't see only two of them look like numbers, and that's Jupiter and Saturn. Okay. So if you take Earth out and the Earth is because the Earth is flat and it's not a ball, that means that this ball does not exist, literally. So that ball goes away. The first planet is what? Mercury, one. First planet, which is number one, which is what I've been showing people on my work. 5 minus 4 equals 1. 4 plus 1 equals 5. Mercury being that one, the decimal, okay? So Hermes, think about that, all of that stuff. 1, Venus is 2, X out the Earth, Mars is 3, Jupiter, number 4, number 4. I just showed the significance and how the facts of 4 behind Jupiter. And then 5, which even Sanchez says, I ain't even got to go into Saturn like that. You know, I mean, that's self-explanatory. Okay, so 5. I mean, that's simple enough right there. So that's one thing that I'm showing right there. Now, why am I doing that like that? Because this is important, because the Tetragrammaton has chronological counting on it. It has 1, 2, and then it has 1, 2, 3. And then you don't see no more numbers, or at least that's what people think, okay? Because what I'm getting at, the Tetragrammaton, and like I said, but what, 5 minus 4 equals 1. 5 minus, what I'm saying, 4 plus 1 equals 5. So Mercury being the first planet, Jupiter and Saturn being 5 and 4. Think about that, okay? Okay. Nah. Uh, Now, like I was saying, because it's a consistent thing. This is why I was saying the star that the man used is it highly matters, because he wasn't using the correct thing. Mr. Number One Symbologist is not using the correct symbol to explain something. That's not right. You know, that's not right. That's like holding up that's like you supposed to explain a anchor that's supposed to, broadcast for a um basketball game, but they up there reading, NBA, I mean NFL, results or highlight reels and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Data from NFL, she like it just don't make sense. You got to have the correct thing. So you got 1, 2, and then you got 1, 2, 3. And like I said, one would think there's no more counting, but like I'm saying, you technically got 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and then you got 4, and then you got 5, 5. For whatever reason, they got 2 Saturns. I don't comprehend that yet, but and then they got this 1 that's right here in the center. 5 minus 4 equals 1. Mercury, which is in the center. Which this is just like the mother herb diagram I drew out, like the plant that grows from the center, the 1. Um, So anyway, to go ahead and show the further evidence, because we're not done just yet. We was on the angles. The angles of a star. That's one of them. I think they got it in bold if you just type it in. Yeah, good. There we go. Because y'all can see it quicker and easier here. Now, you see my work right here. Plain as day. And let me see. How do I do that? Can I click that one and it enlarge? No, I don't think that. I don't want to have to remove this bitch. Eh, I don't want to have to do that. Well, I guess I am gonna have to. Anyway, I think that y'all can see. It just looks small to me. Maybe if I test it out to see how it look big, then I can get a better idea. But yeah, okay, good. That's cool. Then that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Waiting on it to zoom back out. Okay, now let me go back to the what's her name. Okay, this is what I was saying. Now this is a 5-pointed star, a congruent. The 5-pointed star is the fractal that rests within inside of the pentagram. Pentagon, I mean, say a regular polygon like the one that sits in the center of a 5-pointed star has equal angles of 108 degrees each. 108 degrees, 108. So 1 and 8 is across from each other right here on my work. 1 and 8. Okay. This is a circuit that's right here that you see. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, just like a clock. What I made first was the pyramid. That was the first discovery, was the pyramid. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, all going at 45 degrees. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You know, so that was the pyramid. But once I pushed the 8 right here, I pushed it. All I did, my goal was to push this up. I was trying to unite this right here and this right here. And I realized that I could, once I pushed this over here and pushed this over here and pushed this over, it made a perfect 45-degree angle. And then what I realized as well is that that's fractaling them both off. I said, because at the end of the day, even though my goal was just to only push this 9 and 8 over here like this, somehow, for whatever reason, 8 and 8 equals 16, which equals 7. And that goes back to that vortex-based math. And I came back over here to this side, and I said 1 and 1 equals 2. So I said, so it's something weird going on there. It's making some type of, and that's like magic, that's crazy. But this is something that is naturally there, and it's within, it's just there. It's something that, and it's literally a circuit. So across from each other within this circuit, you got 9 and 0. Everything is about 9 because these numbers all add up to be 9. So you're not going to see a 90-degree because that's the square. That, and you're not going to see a 9-degree angle. So don't expect to see 9. That's what goes obsolete. The mystery of that is the Nazca lines itself. So, and oddly, the 1 and 8 with this shape right here is kind of like a 5-point star. If we take out the 0 and the 9, that makes kind of a 5-point star, which is the tetragrammaton. In that sense, it ain't the same geometry, but anyway, 1 and 8 is across from each other on the 5-point star. These are the angles. This is consistent. Now think about what else. Oh, I'll go into that. I get too excited. 2 and 7 is across from each other. Where's 2 and 7 at? We got 72 degrees right here. This right here is 36 degrees. 3 and 6, 7, 2. So we got 3 and 6 highlighted. 7 and 2. 72 degrees right there. 108. So it's all there. And the last ones that we's missing is, if you notice, it's the polar opposites. You got 0 and 9 and then 54 or 45. Because in this context, it's 54. Because half of 108, that's where that 54 degrees comes from. Half of 108 equals 54. So 54. This is what makes up what I'm getting at as well. Whenever you look into the 5-point star, they've related that to phi, to the whole phi, Fibonacci whole thing going on. You get what I'm saying? So that's where that consistency comes in, because people have already found that amazing. So what I'm pointing out, and they've linked the Fibonacci with the fingerprint of God. So what I'm pointing out, it's only adding to it. And confirming. So that's crazy. But I do want to let me see. Yeah, because it's already had it pulled up. So that people, I don't know where the other one is I had last time. But this just shows, because I was looking for one with the 54 degrees down the center. Is that it? I don't see one just yet, or at all right now. Golly, this thing tripping again. I cannot play the touch game. I be trying to keep away from the click noise. Click noise be getting irritating sometimes, but yeah, you get what's going on. So when the thing is, why is this important? Because now that's where I get a brother his credit. He be saying we living under this tetragrammaton, but he's saying it like we live in the tetragrammaton is literally the name of God. So the Hebrew cosmos is real, but the Hebrew name of God is said to be Yahweh. It's said to be it's dealing with the tetragrammaton. Sanchez is saying that it's factual that we're living under a tetragrammaton. That's a fact. What I'm pointing out is, bro, the tetragrammaton is the name. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. And what I'm getting, and like the brother was just saying about energy, that everything is energy, that God is energy. That's why I'm saying we got to slow down. I I know that, it's a lot of stuff that, but that's what I'm saying. Man, I'm just here to help, bro. And like I say, I could get off of this thing. I don't be on here all the time, but to be honest, bro, like the knowledge that I've been acquiring, and even though we in the woke conscious community and stuff like that, and we done said a lot of stuff about Jesus and stuff like that, and we know this and that about negative and positive and evil and all of that, my heart and my mind is open to the truth. And I'm telling you, the truth that I'm showing and that I'm seeing makes me very open eyed, you know. And I'm just saying, like, because you can't, the nigga just said, God is energy, the tetragrammaton, and what I'm about to pull up now is the energy lines of the earth, brother. Because if you notice, you can see a 5-point star within it. So when you say we living in a tetragrammaton, bro, what I'm saying and what I'm showing to you is they want to put this and they wrap this on a globe earth. So we saying, that's why I say it's not cool that we ain't working together. It's fucked up that I gotta be ignored, and I'm doing one of the, that's why I don't be tooting my own horn. I don't gotta say I'm the best or nothing at nothing. I can factually say that I'm the only person doing something. And I can factually say when I see another nigga coming up behind trying to call themselves copying me and not giving a nigga a slightest amount of credit. I got the right to do that. You might not like it, but I got the right to, bro. This right here is based on what you see in a globe Earth. If you notice that Peru, the Nazca lines is down here in this area. Machu Picchu is right there. They got it even. And actually Nazca, see, they got it going straight down through it. Yep. So you see, and this all, when you talk about us living under this tetragrammaton, I want you to think, Sanchez, you was just talking about free energy and everything. This was all beautiful. How you was explaining it, bro. So what I'm saying is, which one is it? Because 1 minute, like you was just explaining it, it's evil, right? We living under this tetragrammaton. Like bro, Sanchez, I'm here to help you, bro. Once you get over this, bro, dude, you gonna look at it like, bro, I want you to realize how much you look at it probably like, I'm here to tear your stuff down, or I'm trying to steal your shine, or I want your spotlight. Bro, like I say, you ain't been over here once, bro. I'm the type of nigga just don't play games. I see you don't like that, or you ain't used to it, but I just don't play games, bro. I'm serious about my word and what I say and what I mean. And I'm here, if you want to say for the people, I mean, the people, obviously, I don't know whether I can't say that they here for me. But I know that at the end of the day, what I'm doing is for the good of everybody and the people, man. Nobody's known what I've known, bro. Otherwise, bro, I'm telling you right now, how the heck somebody will know this and ain't drew this out? How the heck would anybody know this and ain't drew this? I mean, and it ain't out there. With all of the facts that I'm sure. Bro, what I'm showing you. Hey, it might be a wrap when it comes to the debating of the flat earth and everything, bro. I'm telling you, when it come down to it, because I could squash the shit real quick. Like, this right here is, like I was talking about, Theoria Apophis. I show where even he confirmed with the 45 degrees of magnetism. I ain't gonna go back to his video, but that's just one person who confirmed about the 45 degrees aspect. For people who was wondering about that in science, where can you, man, you got the compass, you got that he explained. What I'm saying here is these ley lines is wrapped around the globe, and they meant to be like that, and that 5-point star makes that possible. You see the 5-point star unit right here in 10. Like he was saying about 10, how many rays do we have for each of these? We got 1, 2, 3. I started right here, so on the west side. So I'm gonna go over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I do it. Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So we got 10 rays. This is confirming that this is yes, based off of the um, duplicate energy at a yeah. That's a 5 point star, an open-ended 5 point star in the 10. So when you said that about 10, what you're saying about 10, man, if we okay, what I'm showing you, saying this is like you said about the tent. Okay, this is 10 right here. You say God is energy. Okay, this is the energy right here that they say, but this is just how they lay it out on this. This right here is what I'm showing as a tetragrammaton, dealing with the exact same numbers, like we just saw, dealing with the exact same planets, even dealing with the magic squares, 4 by 4, magic square of Mercury, because 8 by 8, the 8 by 8 is actually these, the big old, man, it's crazy. This shit is just, it's getting to the point for me of where I'm starting to lose my mind. I'm starting to lose my mind, man. It's crazy, man. Like kids Ali. Anyway, what I'm saying is this right here could be the correct ley lines. That's why I've said that. Because what I'm telling y'all is this: semantics. Okay. The ley lines themselves are apparently, what I just learned recently is that the ley lines can shift and change. They can change geometric layout and pattern based on the vibration, or the frequency of the earth, uh you know uh, whatever is given off. And apparently the earth go through different throughout different times, it goes through different phases for or whatever. So what I'm saying, as far as the Nazca lines, now think about what I showed y'all as far as the Nazca, Estrella, how they made the lines. I'm not saying, and I'm not confirming this. I'm gonna admit, and I usually don't do this. This is a theory, okay? And I usually don't do this. This is a hypothesis, okay? Uh, this that you see, that ain't no good picture. Yep, that's kind of close. But this right here, as you see it, is made with rocks on sand, okay, or rocks on the ground, okay. And what I was thinking to myself, honestly, I'm trying to find good ones. As you can see right there. Uh, what I was thinking about, that's enough. I'll just show y'all have seen the Nazca lines probably, enough, but that's about as close as it's gonna get to a good one, to a real good one. Anyway, what I was thinking to myself is, when you do somatics, and I ain't saying that this is what it is, because honestly, I don't think this is. That's why I said it's a theory. But as far as how the lines were made, this right here, with different sounds, it makes different. And most, when you put it on a square, it's gonna make them at 45 degrees for most of them. For most of the designs. Uh, Now, when you think about this right here, that one almost looked like it actually. That one actually almost looked like it right there. That's crazy. So that's why this is important too, because if you study these different frequencies and one of them perhaps looks like it or makes it some, what I'm getting at is, okay, that's sand, right? Let's think about micro and macro. Let's pretend that this is the flat earth, because one thing that I had brought up on my pyramid page on Instagram, one thing I brought up was, I said this in the caption. I said that at the end of the day, you can't, and this ain't just what I said word for word, but to sum it up, I pretty much brought up the fact that you cannot apply cymatics onto a globe. You cannot do you can't basically take a ball and then do cymatics and then the frequency, which would be the ley lines in this case, right? You get what I'm saying? So these is ley lines, is what I'm saying. You can't wrap it around the globe. We can't duplicate that on the earth. Like we be saying, we can't wrap water around a ball. We can't wrap sand around a ball through sound technology. It's only applicable on a flat surface, is what I'm saying. So what I'm getting at is that this right here, once you got that knowledge, and this right here is applicable on a flat surface. So how they made those lines, what I'm getting at is this could be proof of some form of maybe ancient technology, sound technology that could have done some type of vibration with the ground. Sound technology to, on a massive, now I'm saying it like because that's huge, but on the ground to make these geometric shapes. You know, I'm not saying that that's how they were made, but I'm saying that that's a possibility. Um, Being that they were very, extremely small. I don't know, because the sound itself, apparently, sound it knows how it contributes to making geometric shapes precisely uh, a certain measurement. And those were all at a precise measurement and everything. So that's just my speculation on that. But anyway, we just saw the angles of the 5-point star. Well, those are the same exact numbers that we just saw right here. So with the tetragrammaton, with us having that, and we think about tetragrammaton, think about Yahweh's terrarium. This is the same person, same person. Bro Sanchez has brought this up in the past, man, and he's broken this down, literally. Free energy and all of that type of stuff, bro. So this right here is the truth. But then when somebody started talking about and actually proving proof behind the tetragram, because you can't change this, bro. What I'm getting at is if you say that the tetragrammaton is false, you got to say this is false. You have to. That's all. That's that's where I have to conclude that story at for that on the tetragrammaton. If you say that the tetragrammaton is false, you have to say that this is false. That's just a fact. Yahweh's terrarium. This is the 4-in-1. Everything that you was just talking about. But the funny thing about you, Sanchez, is you never have brought up 45 degrees in any of those other videos. You've talked about the different cardinal directions, the 4 rivers. You've talked about it all the time. But you know what, bro? You ain't brought up 45 degrees. And you did that. You have been doing it recently when you've been talking about these gods and stuff. And like I told you, bro, God is guidance. I don't have all of the answers, bro. And I ain't going to ever act like I got all of the answers. I ain't going to ever be a dummy and submit to something that I don't know about either. You know, that's why, but moving off of pure wisdom, facts, that's how your boy moves, man. And everything that you're seeing with me, that's exactly what we got going on here, man. This is, this is crazy, man. And then tetra is kind of like terra. So the earth, gram, a ton. I ain't saying gram, of course, but these are dealing with measurements. And ton, of course. But that's something how that's highly important, man. And let me go back to his video because this is crazy, man. That's why I'm saying that this right here is, man, like, and that's why I said don't look at it like it's a hellhole. Don't look at it like it's a hellhole. It's a perspective, and that's the great art. What I've been learning from other artists in this industry. Apparently, these high-paying artists. Apparently, what makes great art, what they've been telling me, is art that has crazy story behind it, a huge story behind it. And one of the greatest stories behind something is something that you can make your own story out of at part way, and one at the end of the day, you can look at it either way. This is either a ceiling up to you, you looking up at the ceiling, or you could be looking down at the ground. And that's just as far as that as above, so below aspect on that. That's just crazy, man. It's that shit's crazy, man. I can't believe that shit that redundant, the tetragrammaton, man, of all, because what it's getting at, man, is like goodness, is this Yahweh name? Because if the tetragrammaton, if this, I'm gonna pull up this article real quick because it's goodness. Let me see. Let me check the chat too, because I ain't checked that. Like I said last time, I was gonna do better at reading it because I ain't been reading it. Yep. Because I never know. I might have questions or anything. Circles equals destinations, squares equals places, triangles equals directions. Add your channel in the chat so I can subscribe. I draw as well and would love to improve my skills. That's what's up. I'm gonna have to find yeah, get my URL from the how to draw. I'll be it back in his chat now, hopefully, or whatever the case may be. Because he blocked me on this one. 45-degree discovery. He blocked me on this one. That shit's funny, man. I can't believe this dude. I expect more out of this guy. That shit's a shame, man. Like that. This shit's hilarious to me, man. I can't believe this nigga blocked me like this. Like I ain't never seen him run from nobody like that. Like he only in love debates and block the nigga. You running from a debate, bro. You know a nigga got facts. Triangles equals directions. Add your channel in the chat so I can subscribe as well. Like I was, yeah, right. Fire is based off of tetrahedron. I'm a fire. Yeah, I saw this earlier. Read that earlier. Flavor in your ear. Live and let live. If you called out every hypocrisy in the world, much less on YouTube, you may never finish your work. Well, that's the thing, Kelly Green. That I don't know what the deal is, but I don't sit up and focus 100% on one person. It's the thing is this person is coming behind me. Like I said, he was not talking about a tetragrammaton. He never mentioned the word tetragrammaton until recently, until after I had actually visited his show. So that's why I'm saying it's not like I'm just focusing on the Sanchez and focusing on what he doing and just so distracted from my own work. I'm always working and progressing on my stuff, and I actually got other projects that I actually let interfere with this work, other art projects, not staying focused 100% on this. But this guy is somebody who's coming behind me and talking about things. Like I say, there's an infinite number of numbers in the world. Why is he talking about 45 degrees when it ain't even relevant to the subject at hand? So that's not me. And I have the right to, whenever I hear somebody talking about something that has to do with me, because this is my discovery. And quite frankly, I'm really the only person on earth talking about 45 degrees, got a channel named 45 Degree Discovery, and so I got the right to defend it. And, because I don't want people thinking that it's some type of, because they're going to listen to him. I know how influential this dude is. People listen to this dude, they trust him. And that's why I want dude to at least, damn, if these people trust you, I get that. But put the truth out there about it. Don't be trying to like it's something personal. You know what I mean? Like don't be trying to chastise something just because you got something personal against somebody else. Because that just it say something about his character, not me. Like you know, all I'm doing is providing the facts. It just shows jealousy within him, and I don't expect that out of him. But he's a human, so you know Walking is running, time is all in paces and speedsters slow pokes. Eric Deep, facts about squares and triangles. They denote movement. We also use that in the craft. Kelly Green 100. Yeah, I get her. I get where she's coming from, but she just got to, like I always tell people, know the depth of both sides before you choose and defend anybody. I had to learn that a lot in my life too. Jump into people's defense without knowing, what the heck might be going on. That star PR core is the same as the Eastern Star. Mm-hmm. Yep, the Star of Bethlehem. That's what I was saying. That's what I was getting at earlier. That's why I got vaguely excited because I was, with the 5-pointed star, that's the Eastern Star. So, and which is the number 9, divine, 9, the woman and stuff like that. Like y'all be saying, the womb and stuff. So, you know, uh, so salute to Miss Sister Amazon, and yeah, that's what I was saying. That same 5-point star is there, the Star of Bethlehem or whatever. Whatever. So many different names, but they invert that. So that's why I'm saying you got the he's pressing nothing but negativity, and I feel like that ain't wise, man. All of these demons in your mouth and stuff like that, that ain't healthy for you. I'm telling you, you speaking those. That's what I was saying too. You speaking all of these negative entities' names, and you're talking about them as if they're real. Not even saying that they got to be some type of physical, real thing, a real devil with a tail or nothing like that. But like you just said, energy. If God is energy, so the devil got to be energy, which is even what he said. But you're talking about it like it's relevant, like it's real, like it's prevalent over this reality, the negative. What about the positive, though? And that's why I'm saying he's got all of these negative energies in his mouth. But when has he, or how can people voice the positive names when they got the positive name disguised, is what I'll be pointing out. They got it set up to where you can say all of these different demonic names and stuff like that. But why do they have it stretched to where you can't say the so-called good name of Yahweh? They got that to where they put the no vowels and crap like that. So that's why I'm saying to myself, it's a reason behind that. If you want in a demonic world where you want nothing but evil to prevail, you will hide the good. And that just makes sense to me if you ask me. I'm not saying or concluding on anything because, like I say, I don't know the true name of anything. But that just makes a lot of sense to me. Yep. I can't believe it's 3 o'clock. I thought it was like it feel like it's later, to be honest. Wholeness. Yep. The usual. What's the meaning of 13 and 33? What's the meaning of 13 and 33? Well, I could tell you 13 is prevalent on the back of the dollar. I did a video where I had talked about the 14, but the number 13 is prevalent as they say on the back of the dollar bill. But uh, of course, it comes down to 4. He's actually Sanchez. I just get that to him. He got about 3 or 4 videos probably on the number 13 where he didn't talked about it. So I just get that one to him because he did a good job talking about it. The one of them was the rebel flag because it got 13 stars on it. So I mean, I got my own views on it, of course. Like in 33, of course, like I done told y'all, 33 is just repeated, just like 3, 6, and 9. That's repeated rhetoric. It's like I talked about that last stream with the 33 vertebrae. Apparently, it can your freaking vertebrae confused, and by the time we become adults, I didn't know that we could get 24. 33 could turn to 24, but anyway, 33, 33 degrees, of course, they got to deal with not only the vertebrae, but apparently with Um, Next thing I got to look into is the temperature and linking that in with the decimal system. Because the fact is, at 33 degrees, for whatever reason, that's when freezing stops. So it's some significance not only by the 33rd vertebrae, but maybe through the degree system as well. Because I mean, even Freemasonry is broken down, of course, into what degrees. You know, and you got different degrees, degrees of a circle, and degrees of temperature. Uh, you know, so that's something about 33, 13 itself is just like I say, with the back of the dollar, they know about that stuff, especially the occult and everything. But I don't think it's, especially how people look at it as negative. I don't see it as anything negative. I know 14 is prevalent here, and 14 is what I see on that bill. It's hidden. They look for 13, but they got 14 hid with, and people just got to see that. But 1 and 3, see, everything across is 9, but that way it can be seen. Everything across is 9, but 1 and 3 equals 4, and then 8 plus 6 equals 14, and 9 plus 5 equals 14. 7 times 7 equals, or 7 times 2 equals 14. You know, so 14 is here, and 14 got to deal with the, like I was just saying, the magic square of Jupiter. You know, because it started off with 4, and then the next number is 14. So that was prevalent within that. When you I love the globe or sphere. I feel you, bro. That's what's up. When you understand the sphere of globe and its design and how it relates heavily with, yeah, I ain't gonna, yeah, because that's one thing, you know, even though, you know, people can say flat earth and all of that, the sphere is a component of reality. I mean, it's something that you know, people have to consider and look at, you know, just like a cube or anything else. It's it's just, you very rarely gonna find, just like a straight line in nature, you very rarely gonna find a 100% perfect square, not square, sphere. Man, oh man, don't let the pressure up, bro. Yeah, man, going and gotta, and I ain't, I mean, I, like I say, I could go endlessly with the facts. It's just like, man, my goodness. Shout out to Divine Intuition 444. It's been a wrap. He said it's been a wrap with Flat Earth. Flat Earth is dead, bro. I feel you. I feel you. It is. I mean, they ain't big on it like they used to be, man. They ain't big on it. You know, they used to. I mean, and the reason why I agree is because they used to debate all the time. You know, you don't see these cats debating it no more, trying to spark up smoke regarding, you know, flat Earth and globe Earth no more. You know, I think people pretty much then chose their sides. Peace and love to you, King of Higher Self. Shout out to you. Uh, Bro, I know what you mean. You're not alone, bro. When you lose your mind, you truly find yourself. That true state of nirvana. Yep. Real talk. 45 truth. You know it. I'm blocked on one of his channels. Yep. Yeah. So I didn't reach the bottom. 4 is the law of structure. Yep. It sure is. It's the foundation. Yeah. And yeah, you know, it's just crazy because I want to go back to his recent stream and just play, you know, how negative this dude been. I mean, because the earth is hell now. That's what I'm getting at. The earth was so beautiful as he was just the free energy, Mother Earth, because it got to deal with the woman, because he said there's Mother Earth. So it's always been beautiful. That's part of what people, you know, loved about or love about Sanchez and drawn to him is the flat earth more than anything, and his views on the mother, you know, the woman, how he brought that knowledge with that. So what I'm getting at, man, is just crazy hearing him say this now because think about it, Sanchez. What did these people do, bro? They demonized the woman, right? The woman, the dude, the earth is the grandmother. That's the grandmother, bro, of all mothers. So if you demonize the earth, what does that say? And then, like I said, bro, it's not a stretch because the thing is, you got to think about what about the dough? This is a house. This world that we living in is a home. What is the door? What does that make the door that we come through? because every door is attached to the house that is built to. You ain't gonna see too many doors just sitting in the open in the midst of nowhere, connected to no home. And you usually ain't gonna see a home without doors on it, you know. But the door itself, bro, is connected to the home. And what I'm saying is, if the home is hell, what does that make the door? That's part of the home, which is the mother that we come through. Bro, that's some powerful stuff, man. And that's why I say this knowledge, bro, it's getting it's getting a little bit too deep at that point, bro. It get me to the point of where I get the, because I don't like to think like that. On that level, like that's some deep ass shit, man. The mother of the creatrix. Think about how he's talked about the mother Kali in the past. You got these different goddesses and depictions of, they is not pretty, bro. That's scary. And he's explained it to where, it's seen positive. He's taken a negative imagery and even broken it down to be positive. But go back and look at that now. I mean, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Coming from her story to his story and saying how the world was perfect to the world being hell, I can see why you feel the way you do. Absolutely, bro. Yeah, you see what I'm saying, bro? I ain't just on no tripping stuff, fam. I promise I ain't. I swear to, bro, I'm so serious, bro. That's what I'm saying. And if he could comprehend it, that's why I say I just want slow down a little, like not stop where you're going, but just slow down and think about what's going on, what's being said, because you he got to think about what he's saying, you know, because that's some powerful stuff. I ain't lying on nothing. It ain't like I'm lying. Like it's a scary thought as well, like bro, like, but as well, if this is hell, I feel like, man, we got the ability to make this earth hell or heaven based on our actions alone. And women is very powerful in the fact of where they get to choose who they get to mate with. So their power come in and choosing the correct men to bring and off, have offspring with, because the offspring, that's what the world is all based on, is the genetics of the offspring. So if they mate with smarter men, 9 times out of 10, smarter men is gonna be reproduced. And not just men, but women as well. This shit's just crazy, man. Because of course with and he be talking about dating and stuff like that. We ain't gonna even get into that. Ain't gonna even talk about that. I ain't gonna even get into that, man. Cause like I be about the knowledge over here, and the internet don't seem the greatest place to find stuff like that. But the world will always be itself, right? That's exactly, man. That's why I be saying, bro. It's certain stuff we can't change, and that's why I say, if the creator has a negative aspect to it, if it is just like us, we got good and bad. I just ain't trying to get on the creator bad side. That's all I'm saying. If it got a bad side, so be it. I can't change that. And quite frankly, I think that that's natural. That's part of balance. That's part of, I don't expect God just to be some. I mean, if it wasn't there, then how would it, discipline and do everything that it needs to do if it didn't have that other switch? So that's why I say, man, I'm just trying to do whatever. If it do got a negative side, if it is a demonic, I'm just trying to do whatever I got to do to stay on the good side. You know what I mean? That's all you can really do. But one thing for sure is complaining about the negative side and what we see about the negative, and then talking stuff about it. When obviously, like I showed y'all at the beginning of this video, his video come out to be four, or 5 4s. That should say enough, because other people was just saying it's just something spiritual. I was telling them something a little bit deeper. I said, y'all think about what he talking about. It's the tetragrammaton. Tetra come out to be 4. That's what tetra means, is 4. And 4 5s, like you got right here, 4 5s. 40. So like I'm saying, and people ain't gotta go with what I say, but I'm just saying that's how deep I think. And I just felt like that's, especially with me being around, I'm the person that he's pretty much making this comment going, his content going against, in a way. I just feel like that's a sign from God, letting him know, just to bro, open up your mind, man, to other perspectives, because it, he probably got good intent, and I ain't saying that he don't. Behind his videos, I don't know whether he do or whether he don't. And the reason why I say I don't know is because I'm not him and I can't go into his brain. But you know, I don't know. It's just crazy. But you're being honest. Yes, sir, I am. Balance. It feels like the balance has been forgotten with the signs and symbols. Yeah, and next stage is I'm gonna study color a lot too. I had started to with that chakra diagram, but colors is important too. All of this stuff matters. You know, colors have an effect on people mentality more than people think. You know, just like signs and symbols. Um, I live in a beautiful home position on a beautiful piece of property. I have money in the bank and all that, but my city is destroyed. I hate to hear that. Uh, that sounds like how the world gonna be around us for real. For pretty much everybody. I hate to hear that. I just don't. Um, that's my mission, man. When I'm able to, I ain't just talking. Once I'm able to, because something like this can get somebody paid. I had a family member tell me billions. They said I was cutting myself short saying millions. And when people say the same family member started off, and I won't cut them short from saying that, because to be honest, the same family member had brought up this when I very first made the discovery. They said that that's some government stuff. That's the first thing they said. They said that's some government stuff. They said you better be careful. They said that's like some government stuff. So, from that point, I realized, man, this has a lot of great potential, man. And billions, I ain't gonna lie, that's a huge stretch. I'm a young black man. I highly doubt that I would get the billions from this right here. But millions, I cannot. I can say I already got that nip. That's already what's up. That's already there. Millions is in that range, but golly, billions, I know I'm a nigga, man. I ain't got no chance for that probably. Also, some don't think that deep, bro. I keep having to remind myself that as well, PR Corey. Some get to a level and are content. Right. Yeah, that's true, man. That's true. Some people, and leveling off sometimes, and it's good that people like you pull off, and you don't get too consumed and none of the drama and stuff like that, choosing sides and nothing. That's highly good, bro, that you stay grounded, into yourself. I was pulling this video up real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna let this dude go ahead and watch this a little bit with y'all. I'm about to blaze up here in just a second. And I don't know how much longer I'll stay on. I don't be on here a lot, so, and I know y'all know I ain't here to entertain like that, but if you ain't got nothing to do, you can chill with a nigga, you know what I mean? Ain't nothing to it. But so I ain't doing nothing but working on this. Like I say, but I'm gonna let this dude. I just want to hear the negative because I'm listening to the dude, and I want y'all to hear because you see me in the chat going off all the time. Like, so I want you to hear my commentary, but I don't be cussing and like the guy just need to hear a nigga out. Period.
Isaac and Abraham, thank you. I'm about to blow y'all ass away right now. Guess what, everybody? You know who Abraham was sacrificing Isaac to? Moloch, man. Want me to tell you how I know? Why the fuck do y'all think the sacrifice took place on a mountain? People, either the Christians was copying the Satanists of their time, or it was everybody was practicing the same religion. And I think it's the last one. People, listen to me. The occultists and the Satanists sacrifice children on these mountains, man. They got these sacred mountains that they climb up and do they human sacrifices up there. And so they can be close to the moon and close to the heavens and shit. Look, back in the day, you would have had to climb up to this thing. Like, let me show you something. Y'all don't realize this bull was fucking huge. This bull, man, it was the size.
I'm finna go clean my pipe real quick. I'm letting this play, but I'm just know I'm still here.
Size of the pyramid in Giza. It wasn't no small bull. Humans, if a human was walking up these steps, let me show you how small the humans are. Look, bro, because I don't think y'all know how big this is. You can put like 70 motherfuckers in there at a time to burn alive. It wasn't no small bull. You had to climb up this thing. And look, this is why Jesus was on Mount Calvary. Oh, are y'all able to see the screen share? Oh, yeah, y'all able. So Jesus was on Mount Calvary with his arms the same way. Now, today, when they aim the gun at you and the police say freeze, you do your arms like that. You know why? The North Pole is said to be cold. Look at the words we use. We say police, which is pole ice. The North Pole, ice, Santa Claus, all the mythology associated with it. This is crazy. You know what I mean? There is no time at the North Pole, so it is essentially frozen, which is freeze, right? The police badge is the compass pointing to the north. So they got all of these symbols embedded into their stuff. But it's crazy though, because you can see them here sacrificing children and stuff to this bull going. You got to think, man, it was being burnt alive. That's some torture, bro. Man, bro, like we think about the electric chair, you being fried alive from the inside out. I don't know which one worse, because the electric chair like me putting you in the microwave. But the point that I'm making with the syncretism is that Abraham took Isaac to the top of a mountain. And that's how we know that Abraham was sacrificing Isaac to Moloch. Yeah, the God that y'all worshiping. What they ain't telling you is that the golden calf that the Christians was worshiping was early Christianity. In the scripture, they wrote it like they turned away from an original God. No, the golden calf was their original God. The early Christians worshiped the golden calf, but when they went away from the golden calf, they started worshiping Moses. That's why Moses was the one led them away from the golden calf worship. But if you look at Moses didn't do nothing but replace the golden calf. He became another form of the calf. Jesus is another.
All right, I just got back. I'm gonna see. Let me see if I'm gonna fast forward to a certain part and see if he I ain't gonna go to any of his old shows. When he be going off and he don't be trying to hear out a nigga, that should be funny. He be trying to ignore a nigga. This dude funny, man. I'll never take that away from him. I'll tell you that. I'll give you that. That nigga funny.
They're saying, you know what, on some guru shit, these two spirits are compatible.
Early
and guess what? They be right, because them people love each other and die
Here's the
together.
video game pictures.
They didn't
Hit
even
the
think
like button
about
if you
that.
have. That's 100.
Your
bro.
wife
Appreciate
was
that.
chosen by somebody else,
Everything is the devil.
but yet
right.
you
Yeah,
in
that's-
love with her, you die with her. How is that? Whether they know, we don't know. Because we get to choose ourselves and it don't last. So the boy who getting with that woman that was chosen by somebody else,
That's called
it can't be about beauty because he didn't get to choose.
donkey butter.
He didn't even get to
That
choose.
shit hidden too.
So
I ain't gonna lie.
it wasn't based on beauty, and it couldn't have been based on beauty by the family putting them two together, because how they know what's beautiful to him and how they know what's beautiful to her, what is attracted to him. So they weren't putting them together based on attraction or beauty, pure energy compatibility, and they stay together. Ain't that some?
Mm.
Ain't that some? Check this out, right? Some more about Azazel besides the beauty industry.
Yeah, I'll start.
Azazel also revealed to the people the secrets of witchcraft and corrupted their manners, leading them into wickedness.
I'm pushing all type of wrong buttons over here and stuff. But yeah, I was gonna say briefly. I'll start back drawing. You know, this type of stuff, and you know, cause I'm really nearing the end, and especially the face part, man. I'm really gonna be broadcasting that, cause that'll be the. I mean, after that is done. I'll start back broadcasting it so that people can see the journey of it. I know people like Eric Deep and other people. I don't want y'all to think I'm just cutting you out, man. It's just hard out here, bro. You know, when you be trying to make it, man, and ain't nobody trying to show no type of support, and you feel talented. That's where shit. Sometimes I start questioning, man. Like, dang, is my mind just messed up? Am I really not? Am I just juicing myself up too much? Maybe I can't draw as good as I think I'm seeing. But then you hear other people, they be amazed, in person and stuff, to a degree. But they, at the same time, they be people you be knew all your life. So you just be confused, man. But one thing for sure, the direction and my goals and everything is set, and the networking and everything is what I just want my own people, man, to act correct, man, because I'm the main people I need to stand behind me. I hear people get on Sanchez and stuff and talk about how we need to stand behind each other, or bring up the fact that we create stuff and people always take it. The white people specifically, everything that we create, they take. And that is some truth behind that. Not everything, but a lot of stuff that we have created, they've taken. And without people supporting you, man, I can work hard, I can do everything that I'm doing, but to be honest, that's without people supporting me. I'm only gonna get. I might make it, I might not. But without people supporting you, only gonna get so far. And that's why I say I could tell when somebody been hating on me, because they see that too, and they know that if I don't get no support, they figure, shit, that nigga ain't gonna make it if don't nobody support him. So the people know, what they be doing, and that's why I act like I act. But like I say, all I need is God. I got a very strong relationship with God, and that's why I continue to strive and go as far as I'm going, because shit crazy, man. Trying to make it, shit. It really is,
And impurity until at last he was at Yahweh's command, bound hand and foot by the archangel Raphael and chained to the rough and jagged rocks of Dudael. Now Dudael is modern day Giza. Check this out. And where he is able to abide in utter darkness until the day of great judgment, when he will be cast into the fire to be consumed forever. The whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. That's in the book of Enoch, chapter 10, verses 8. According to the book of Enoch, Azazel was one of the chief Grigori, a group of fallen angels who married women. Now, stop right there. Another name for Azazel, watch this. Another name for Azazel was the Holy Spirit. I just showed it to you. The Indians call it the Great Spirit. Remember, I just showed you the Indian version of Azazel, the Great Spirit. The Great Spirit is what we call the Holy Spirit. It was the Holy Spirit that impregnated Mary.
And I wanted to say too, because I'm looking at his cap. I wanted to say too, I didn't say nothing. Man, that's strange. One moment, please. This dude, that stream where this dude was talking about them gangs and telling people to come up there and say, screw they said. I did not know what to say. And that, bro, I was like, this dude is crazy. I said, this is like a setup or something. It's like, I was like, he trying to set something. He trying to get somebody messed up or something, bro. Like, is you crazy? Like, I ain't saying that I ain't supporting what he was saying, because what he was saying was a very positive message, very positive message. But I think and read between the lines too and look at. I just want him to know, man. I caught on to that shit. He privated the video right after. I was like, dang, bro. You know you. Like, golly, man. Like, you ain't thinking about nobody kind of safety. They, golly. I mean, it's niggas' option to get up there and say, but golly. That shit was so funny to me, man. I was like, it'd be funny how he he tell you exactly what he wants you to say, like like, I need you to come up here and I need you to say dot dot dot. Dude be having it laid out. Like, that should be funny, man. Like, this guy's a trip, man. I'm not lying to you. On another level, boy. Shit, hell yeah, agency. Yeah, man, that shit is hilarious, bro. I mean, I was like, and then I know it was a bunch of niggas probably thinking what I was thinking too. They said, this don't feel right. This shit just don't feel right, man. There's something ain't right about this. I said, forget that, man. I'm not doing that. I said, you know, cause you on the fence with it. You like, I'm supporting what he's saying, but at the same time, niggas like, niggas still love they hood though, and love they niggas, regardless of whether they still get. And then I was thinking at the same time, ain't nothing wrong with a gangster being or displaying intelligence. That's what I was thinking. I was gonna type that, but I just ain't. Sometimes it's just best to stay silent, man. It ain't, no reason to say nothing, but ain't nothing. But the thing is, we need to be growing past that intelligence. Not, well, it's a form of intelligence. It ain't wise intelligence, but the game should be the military. I started being influenced in that stuff when I was younger, and had dealings with all of that stuff when I was really young, and that's how for a lot of people it really is. Um, they be affiliated with stuff when they be younger. Um, once you grow up, you're supposed to, elevate your mindset and really be focused on, if we really about this spiritual stuff, especially, we got an example, especially if people got kids and stuff, it's just to a degree, what you look like being a daddy, you know, and you saying on crip, or on bloods and all of that stuff around your son and stuff and your daughters. You know what I'm saying? It ain't a good look. And we just gotta have. That's why I say for us as people, we gotta have with the culture aspect. I'm trying to spark that with my art. At least what I can see in my mind. You know, throughout different clothing and stuff like that. That we just need to create our own. Instead of us buying everything, we can literally create our own. We need our not just the t-shirts and stuff like that as in clothes. And I'm talking about we need our own cotton, uh, mills or farms or whatever. The stuff that's the material that's used to make the clothes and stuff. We got to think from that level. That's where the real wealth really comes from. Is the stuff that's used to make the stuff. Usually, like even for bricks with homes. The people who brick companies. Somebody who run a brick company massively throughout the United States. They a billionaire, 9 times out of 10. Because it's the stuff, the way to money is to go for stuff that people need every day in their everyday life that they got to have, And you know, that this right here is a piece of art that people would have to have as far as the Nazca lines. Shit, this answer only coming from one source. So I'm just thinking from that look, and if this don't work, the thing is, if this don't work out with my life, I said to myself, if this don't work out, I'll just do what it is that people expect it from me. Just go work a job and be like everybody else. I'll do that. If this don't work out, nothing ain't gonna work out. I told myself that. If this don't work out, ain't nothing gonna work out. And I'll just go ahead and just be like everybody else and work a job and just, try to find the best paying job that I can get in the game. You know, and nothing else I can do beyond this point. And all I know is wherever this is going, I'm telling you, you got to think museum because it's huge, man. I gotta show y'all. It is huge, man. I ain't lying, man. And it got to be put in the suitcase, man. Like that's the thing. It got to be put in it. That's how big it is. And when I say put in the suitcase, I'm talking about as far as when it's transported and everything. That's so it can't get folded up and messed up. It's a lot of daggone work, man. But let me see. Yeah, the video need to play. Please, cut the other one off.
How did the Holy Spirit exist on earth prior to Jesus? Jesus didn't die yet. So what was the Holy Spirit that made love with Mary? We just read about it. I'm showing it to you. According to the book of Enoch, Azazel was one of the chief Grigori, a group of fallen angels who married women. When you talk about the spirit that impregnated Mary, it was called a Grigori. And guess how I know it was Azazel? Because guess what? The role of Christ. See, here's the thing. In the animal kingdom, when all them wolves see this beautiful female wolf, the alpha male wolf is the one that's gonna get the mate with her. That's how the Grigori hierarchy is. The Grigori are a pack of demons, and the alpha always get to mate with the earthly woman. All the other dudes under him got to find their own women, but he get the best one and the most royal one. So Azazel would have been the chief Grigori, and Azazel would have been worshipped as the Holy Spirit or the Great Spirit by the Indians. But guess what? During this time where Azazel made it with Mary, they was gone away from the worship of Azazel to the worship of Jazaz. Azaz to Jazaz or Jesus. Azazel is a form of Zeus too. Z-A-Z or Zaz became Zeus. So this God that predate Jesus, this Father God. Why is it called the Father God? Because Mary is the mother goddess. Azazel was the Father God mating with Mary, the mother goddess, and the reason she was a virgin is because it was an angel mating with a woman on earth.
Mary woman, marijuana, Mary woman.
In other words, from the angelica level, whether Mary was tampered with by Joseph or not, she was a virgin because she never had sex with an angel. When the angels made it with the women on earth, all of the women were considered virgins from their perspective if they haven't been touched by a fallen angel before. So that's another way why Mary was a virgin. It tells you about, and the Spirit
See what I'm not
impregnated Mary.
To pause him, what I'm not comprehending is why he's speaking in the context of it being real. If it's not real, then why is it being spoken in the context as if it is real? As if these events really happen. If the Bible is not real or not so true. I mean, I feel like that's a good question. You know, these is questions, it ain't even just questions just to debate. It's just questions, that I would ask in the chat. I don't think that he stops to think that through before he come out and make these videos. I honestly feel like, and I don't want to call nobody out. If he do it for money, then that's him. That show ain't what I'm trying to stop either, because I ain't never got my eyes on any other man pockets. I don't care about no man money or materials. I'm too focused on my own goals, obviously. This guy, uh, I don't know what the deal is, man. But the focus on the negative ain't good. And I noticed that he's going down a list of demons and stuff, and he says that whenever you're supposed to say these demons names to get them to go away and stuff like that. It just don't it just don't make sense, man. It's backwards. It's just backwards, bro. I mean, he focusing on the negative as if it's real, and if it is real, then what's the positive? What's the counter? What's the opposite of the? If this negative exists, it got to be some type of good, and why does the good have to be non-existent here? But the negative does exist here. I don't know. I'm not asking these questions like he has all the answers. I'm just saying these is the questions that run through my mind when I hear him talking about stuff like this, because it's highly important. So is he using knowledge or wisdom? I don't know, man. I think both. But stuff like this right here is stuff theology, like he say. This is coming from so y'all gotta argue with him, is what he said to me. He has no counter, bro. That's what I've been saying. So, yeah. I know for a fact, bro, Sanchez ain't getting that info from source. LOL. Sanchez sounds like he's illuminated instead of enlightened. Big difference. Yeah, he ain't no telling. I don't know about that. If anything, he's he still got his ties to law enforcement. That's all I can say. And that's king. That's what I can say about the. He still got his ties to law enforcement in some type of way. That's what I'll say about him. More than anything, uh, more closely than being an illuminated one, I would say that he still has his ties into law enforcement, and thinking people don't catch on to it because I done seen some slip ups. Yeah, buddy. Yeehaw. Hey, partner, I ain't gonna play with you, bro. Shit, yeah, 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 yeah. Boy, we on the rise. You can't be hating, man. Mr. P.I. Man, pie. Got to pronounce it right if you're gonna teach it right. That's right, bro. That's right. Yeah, he got me saying the wrong, bro. I'm being honest with you, bro. I never heard of these deities. I never. No, I'm not fluent on him, bro. I don't know. I be saying the wrong right along with him, bro. Like, cause the guy Lee, this shit. I don't. They'll let you know I'm not into all of that. And they'll let you know of anybody who's into the demonic stuff, cause I'm not. I'm just straight up about the truth. I ain't even into no type of you know, name at all specifically 100%. It's just like tetragrammaton, and then what they say that come back to be, it's crazy. And I got a actual this article I was pulling up at first, but you know, you said I believe we all have our own truths. Now it's truly our well. This right here, I'm gonna tell you, we that's true. That is true. But this right here, man, this right here, dude, this is a truth. Uh, this is a truth of everybody, everything. I said to myself, in a way, this is a self portrait of everybody in the world. If I wanted to look at it like that, you know, if everybody were a square, it's a self portrait of everybody in the world. Because you could technically put that in that context. Because it's but that ain't a billion squares. It's technically 1,000 each one of them because it's 10 per right angle. Every right angle come out to be 10. So it's 10, 10, 10, 10. So hold on. Is it? Hold on. 10, 10, 10, 10. Yep. And then 10, of course. Yeah. So 1,000 per. So it's 1,000 each one. So that's just crazy, man. But I'm definitely gonna continue working on it, man. Let me see new comments. Go back down to the bottom. I know most of you from this channel. I'm not a comment creator. I'm not a content creator. I hate going to channels. I choose just to find Sanchez haters, bro Sanchez haters, eat the meat and spit out the bones. If I want to hear his videos, I will go to his channel. And I think most YouTubers are tied to Freemasons. Well, yeah. I mean, everybody can have their speculations on things, and you know, I'm honest about my connections. And then the thing is, I'm not strong in a connection with. To be honest, I'm not strong in connection with my dad like that. That's my stepdad. He's a Freemason, but what can I do about that? I can't change that. All I can do is be honest about it. And, it is what it is. But that's why I say I'm not the type of person to focus on what somebody is or speculations and stuff. You know, see, everyone has their own truths, right? You know, and I think, yeah, see that right there makes people jump away very quick. It's crazy. Yep. Yeah, man. It's bad enough we got a lot of that already. Yeah, yeah. Could be neither. Possibly a program to the story. I guess the stream messed up or something. If you choose sides, if you choose sides on YouTube, it ain't even popping up.
But there was no Holy Spirit yet, not Christ at least. And I'm showing you the spirits that was mating with these women, and the mating that was going on was blending together all of this religion text into the New Testament, which is embodied by the sons, Christ, Buddha, Krishna. In the ancient medieval religions of Christianity, Samaria, and all them, you had demon goddesses and demon gods. Mary translates to a lot of demon goddesses, like the great architect and all of that stuff. The great whore of Babylon, where all of the gods impregnated her, because this story was told by everybody about this woman getting impregnated, an immaculate conception. But the thing about it is, it was another transition period. Okay. People was worshiping mean gods like Azazel and all that, but they was rewriting the mythology and giving these gods a new personality that was more soft and more loving. In other words, people prior to these immaculate conception stories worship mean gods that ruled them out of very iron like fists. But that wasn't really working for the controllers of the world, the social engineers of those times. So they wanted to soften up those angry gods and make them a little bit more motherly. So for them to
at this point, I'm listening for the comprehension of knowing, tying in basically where, what I was getting at earlier, about his, view with the, I'm just,
transition from that, they made those mean gods mate with earthly women in mythology. This wasn't literally happening. I hope nobody think that this was really happening. This was happening in mythology. Right. Again, they need a narrative when they make these changes.
Whether he take it literal or not, like I was saying earlier.
So when these mean and ferocious gods that they wanted to replace with more nicer gods, how did they do it? They started writing the mythology over, and they said that all of these mean and ferocious gods that the world worshiping started to have sex with earthly women, and that the children that was born of those earthly women became the new gods like Jesus, Allah, Buddha. And if you look at these new gods, what do we call them? Sons, the sons of God, of the gods. because this was after those fallen angels made it with the daughters of man. And they, just like in a kingdom, when your son is born, he rule, and daddy can go and sit back and retire. So when these demons started to mate with earthly women, their children rule the earth now, and they just chill in the heavens, and their little demon children walk around ruling over us in the form of these archons. And they're getting orders from their God, their demon gods in heaven, not in hell, in heaven. The Bible say that the principalities of evil are in high places. So you notice your president having prayer with the church before he go do the most evilest shit. You got your president having a dang on prayer service with the pastor before we go murder up children and women who are innocent. And y'all think y'all ain't worshiping the devil with these folks.
Hey, I'm gonna make sure I subscribe back to you if I haven't. Let me make for sure now. I'm checking because might not. She might be cute, she might be thick, but she will get G'd if she don't. You remind me of somebody I used to know. I used to know. You remind me of somebody. Gotta make some content, fam. Gotta get some content out there, bro. Express that talent, fam. Everybody. That's an order, fam. For real. We gotta up the game, bro. One life to live, bro. Real talk. Cause man, this just one thing, bro. It's so much stuff I wish I could do, bro. God, I'm so tired up with this. But it got to be on point. Hard work, bro. I don't play no games, man. Shit. Hard work is hard work. I said I was gonna do it how it's gonna be done. It's just how it gotta be done. Shit. Real talk. Shit, no game. Life is simple. People
Hold up a
just make
second.
it complicated. Yep. I choose what makes sense to me. And
So
that's
after these
constant.
demons made it with earthly women,
Eyes, and Lord,
the new gods that came after that was called sun gods. S-O-N. They wasn't father gods. The father gods were the fallen angels who made it with the daughters of man.
Hold on.
That's why Jesus still had a father, but Jesus is
I think Kelly Green is talking to me actually when she said, "Why condemn what you don't know?" I don't know what she's saying. You know, like, are you talking about Freemasonry? Um, or are you talking about Sanchez? You know what he talking about on here? I don't know if you're still around in the chat or not. But you know, yeah, that's what I'm wondering. You know, because like I say, I'm straight up about the truth. If it just ties into what it ties into, that's just it is what it is. You know, and it just happens that every single right angle that you see here, you know, it ain't my fault that their symbol is the square and a compass. You know, geometry is geometry. Some people, I don't know. You know, you know, you could tell a lot about a person by their questions more so than their answers. You know what I mean? So just let me, just let, I'm just letting you know. I know you ain't been around in a while. You popped back up not too long. So I know you. best of wishes to you at the end of the day. Well, certainly. All I can say is I ain't scared of Freemasonry like a lot of people is. That's what a lot of people is. You know, they just scared of it. And when I say I ain't scared of it, that don't mean that I want to go and walk through them doors. I just clearly told a Freemason that was here respectfully, HOTC, that, you know, I'm not, and he even made a response back, you know, I'm not going through them doors. I built my own. Like, I already have my own way. I've created my own. Just because you know how you got one building and then you got another building. They got one motive, the next one got another motive. They might be good neighbors, they might be bad neighbors. It depends on them. We neighbors. And that's all it is at the end of the day. I am me and I'm a one-man army. And they are them. We're neighbors. What I've done and what I created just happens to tie into, you know, the same yard. The ball just rolls over into the same yard that they in. That's what it is. We neighbors. That's all it is. So, you know, I'm not afraid of my neighbor, you know, which may have, golly, you know, people put all different type of labels and stuff on type of stuff, you know, to make stuff so scary. And I think that's part of what your boy's problem is, honest, when it gets into that with the symbolism and stuff. Because, I mean, it's just crazy, man. It don't make sense how afraid people is of, even a title. I put the word degree in my stuff. Some people probably get scared. He a Freemason. No. Oh my gosh. Like, heck no, bro. And when I say create my own, I say create my own because, like I said, we have to create a culture. And if we gonna go anywhere in, like, as far as making something or building something, like, I look at what Freemasons did, and a lot of people don't look at what they did. A lot of people just look at it like, oh, they Freemasons, stay away from them. I look at what they did, and they had their own code. When they was in World War II, they had their own or World War I or II. They had their coding, you know, and they wrote in their code PAP and cipher. That's when the cipher was created. So, I just want us to have our own culture that we have. You know, when we create our own culture, uh, and it don't have to be based on no Freemasonry, you know, and the way that they did what they did. I'm saying that us as people, we don't even have our own written form of language that we've created, you know, in a time like this that could keep us secure, if we needed to. It ain't even got to be, it's just crazy, man. It's us as black people, we don't have anything original. Besides hip hop, that's what we look at as origin to us. That's all people care about. Let me see though, man. I see it's
Take the
I
power
know I've been here
and
for a long
succession
time,
of the
man.
Father
Ain't no
now.
reason for me to
So we don't worship
keep
Azazel no
repeating
more. We worship his son, Jesus, or Yashashua, or whatever. So the thing is, that's why those angels had to marry women, and that explains how this spirit impregnated Mary, and who was this spirit, because it couldn't have been Jesus' spirit. We know he wasn't born yet. They was in the process of making him. So I'm trying to give the Christians some deeper knowledge that they pastor ain't gonna give them. But now let's read a little bit more. And it came to pass that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came in unto the, listen to that. They're being very sexually graphic here. Okay, read. When the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, that's dealing with sexual intercourse. Okay, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. Do you get what you just read? Just what I just told you. When these fallen angels made it with the daughters of men, right? Read what it said happened. It said that where was it? It said that they bore children to them, and they children became mighty men. All the mighty men that rule the earth today, these are the sons of God. And who is the whole world worshiping today? The sons of God all over the world. And the term sons of God can also be translated to archons. Let me drop a bomb on that, man. Check this out.
Yeah, I ain't
These
gonna stretch it,
sons of
man.
God.
I pretty much then did my, showing my proof and everything, man. On my end, I ain't gotta stretch it out. I know you. Shit, it's show been 4 hours, godly. It is what it is. Uh, but yeah, man. I showed exactly what I needed to, and I said what I had to say. Uh, Facts behind facts. But if he needed to debate anything, we definitely could. And I doubt that he's gonna be open to do that. The home he ain't had no open panel for smoking quite some time with that title, and I think I know why, but it's all good. Um, mm, I see that little whatever thing there, you know that you put Kelly Green. You're a character, you know. It's funny, but anyway, none of us know each other behind these screens at the end of the day. If that's what you get at, because of the, like I say, with the Freemason stuff, comments you made earlier. I don't care about any of that stuff. I really don't. I really don't, to be honest. Because guess what? A secret society is a society that don't nobody know about. A society with secrets is what the Freemasons is. I can't stop. It's gonna be people. It's somebody out there, probably part of a secret organization that you don't know nothing about, no name of. Do stuff behind. You never know what they do. You know what I mean? You said, please. I don't take offense. I ain't mad. Believe that. I'm just letting you know. At the end of the day, hey, I don't. You can't change what anybody is. It's almost like saying, if somebody is a Christian, if somebody is a certain um, denomination, or anything in this world, that a Freemason is just a Freemason. They not nobody. You know, like, I don't know what you expect out of. It's funny to me, man. I don't see what people be tripping about. Y'all is a trip. If you really trip on something like that, that's a trip. You said you mentioned ties to the police, and I said ties to Freemason. You said you mentioned ties to the police. When I mentioned ties to the police, when did I mention ties to the police? Man, I hear it in your voice. Stop it. This is getting juvenile. What? I said he has ties to the police. I said he has ties to the police still. PI, private investigator, Sanchez. What is you talking about? Man, I hear it in your voice. Is you lost? See, people like you is where fucked up shit end up happening because you get stuck twisted. Man, I hear it in your voice. Don't tell me to stop nothing. I said that he. What is you talking about? You mentioned ties to the police. You said you believe he has ties to the police. Rwanda. Yes, I'm confirming that. Yes, I said that. That's exactly what I said. He said that he has himself. I ain't said nothing about no belief. What are you talking about? That's exactly what I'm saying. What are you talking about? The nine has entered. What's up, young Eli? No, see, it wasn't no negative energy, and it's funny. You just drop of blood in the water, ironically, for whatever reason, and it's just hilarious. Like you don't even know what the hell you talking about. You are lost in the sauce, lol. You don't even know what is you talking about, woman. You are lost in the sauce. You sound very, very lost. I know exactly what I said. That man, how am I lost when that man has said himself on tape that he got people that's ties to that's police. He stayed right down the street from one. He done said that himself. Come on now. He got friends that's once a police, always a police, technically, especially when you're at a certain level. So quit playing with me. I know what you said, and I said ties to Freemason. What is wrong with that? My goodness. I didn't say anything was wrong with that. What are you talking about? I said that me, myself, I don't have, I said just because I have a family member yeah, have a family member that is a Freemason. That ain't got, like, I don't trip on stuff like that. Like whatever somebody is a part of, that's what they are part of. You got people that's part of different organizations, which is the point I was making. And it is what it is. You can't change what nobody is a part of. You know, you can't change what nobody do. You can change whether you fuck with them or not. You know, like that's what I'm saying. You ain't got the shit correct. I know what I said. And okay, you are right, and I don't fucking care. You're the only one that's getting upset. I'm laughing at you if you realize it's funny to me. It is funny because I know what I said. The only, like I said, you're the drop of blood in the water. I started laughing at you because you're a drop of blood in the water. There wasn't no tripping going on until you came around. You know what you're doing. You know exactly what you're doing. Period. Because I guess what? I didn't say what you said. You chose to say what you said. I don't give a fuck about the police or Freemasons. If you didn't care, you wouldn't have said what you said. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Because you made your comment. I didn't make you make your comment. Ain't nobody blocked it. You said, man, you just blocked me and get it. You just blocked me and get it over. I am unsubscribing. Ever since I have watched your videos, you have been a bro Sanchez basher. Why not just do your own thing? You being real funny right now, because you know what? You was one of the main people who was over here on my dick, and everybody else who I was saying something about, you was always the one that was right there when it came to Chris Cyphers, when it came to Bro Sanchez. You was actually rocking with somebody over here. You're really being a fool. You just a hater. That's all you is. I know what he said. What are we arguing about? Freemason. You just going all over the place. That's how I know you just trying to destroy the fluidity of everything. You're just being a fool. That's all you're being. And it's funny. It's hilarious. I've always been a Bro Sanchez basher. How I've actually supported that dude. Actually, the dude has not given me damn near even half of the support that I've given him. I is drawing his mother bashing him? No, it's not. Was you there when I did that, bitch? Hell no. So you really crossing the line. Don't even go there with me talking about I've always been a Bro Sanchez basher. You unsubscribe and take your punk ass on. Acting like you know somebody. Don't fucking cross that line with me. I don't know who the fuck you think I am. Who you think you playing with? Don't give a damn about none of that shit you talking about. You talking about block. I ain't gotta block you. You just unsubscribe and take your monkey ass on. Thank you. Sitting up playing with somebody. Know what the hell you doing? like, like somebody sitting up here bashing this dude every single time when I got my own content that I'm making right here. This nigga coming up behind me and copying me, which is what I'm proving as well. And you sitting up here talking about I'm bashing him, you acting lost in a bitch. That's why I say, why the fuck you even been around? Cause you stupid. The funny thing about it is at least we got content. You ain't got shit. Ain't did shit. You just an anonymous person, just like you uploaded that shadow right there. That's all you is. Offering nothing. You a senseless nothing prick. Funny ass people, boy. Y'all people, you hilarious. Crossing the line with me. And you talk shit behind your keyboard. I'm waiting on you to say something. Pretty mute. Exactly. That's what I thought. Mm-mm. Haters. Same girl that been, try. It's crazy how people try to drive you to a point, cause then try to make it look like, he just went off on this bitch. He just went off on this woman crazy, just for no reason. He called her a bitch and everything. Man, look, you started that mess and brought that stuff up. You know what you doing. You ain't dumb. You done been over here all of this time and been supporting me all this time. Got all type of comments over here and everything, and then you want to bring yourself bring up obsolete stuff. You know, it just don't make sense. Talking about you unsubscribing, please do. I'll be glad that you do. Because obviously you don't have good intentions. You talking about I'm just a bro. Like I wouldn't like I ain't got my own content. Let me show you how much stuff I got. I'm gonna show you how much work I got all together. Since you sitting up here talking about I'm just a bro Sanchez basher. Guess what? A bro Sanchez basher ain't just draw his mama and do and shit for nothing. And I wouldn't be able to be a millionaire and be able to give him the biggest donation a motherfucker ever got because of what I'm doing. While your ass sitting up talking shit, bumping your damn gums. Yeah. Take it into consideration all of the time and hard work that has went into this, the intricacy. you talking stuff, talking about I'm a basher of somebody. Guess who you bashing? Me. This stuff is merely this is crazy. That's one of my favorite ones. I mean, the stack it's endless, man. It's just crazy. This shit's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's think about how much time has went into this, and this is just it's just to, and now we back to the center point. So while you sit up bumping your guns talking about what somebody is doing and what they ain't, as far as like, come on now, like I don't have time to focus on nobody and be bashing on nobody. All I got time to do is compete with myself, like I said, while somebody else going behind talking about a tetragrammaton and ain't even pulling up the correct stuff. Why are you arguing? Why you sitting up here questioning me about what I'm arguing, what I'm talking about? Why you ain't talking about nothing, none of the content that I've been talking about? Where do you have any proof behind this man actually having facts? Actually, besides what I've shown, the facts that I've shown. So do that for me, please. Show where he's shown some facts and where I haven't. Because as far as what I'm seeing, 100%, mine is winning. That's straight up. I got the winning facts on that's straight up. And if I didn't, he wouldn't be blocking me and going to that extent. That's a fact. He's afraid. He deters around me. You see how mute, and that's what I thought. You see how mute they are? That's funny, man. That's funny, funny, funny. Oh boy, boy, boy. You can talk about that, but you can't talk about the facts, factoids. I think somebody at the end of the day was just trying to stir up an argument to keep me to stay around long because I was getting ready to go. That's when you pop up with the nonsense. You know, most of it, like we just over here just bash and do like you think it's just wrong. Like it's not right for this dude. We talking about the creator. We talking about God. You think we ought to just sit up and just let this dude just be spewing nonsense? You know, you think he don't deserve constructive criticism, just like I deserve constructive criticism, just like you call yourself constructive criticizing me. You know, so at the end of the day, what can I do besides preserve the facts that I'm doing and provide the facts that I'm providing? That's all that I can do at the end of the day, because that's all that matters is the truth, right? And that's what he's supposed to be about is the truth, right? So if he's providing the truth, so called, why does it have holes in it? And like I always say, tell me one place that I've lied. Tell me one thing that I've lied on. Because I can go back down the rundown for you. I mean, and actually, I didn't even pull up the thing that I said I was going. While you sitting up stringing stuff on, I actually, you know, it's crazy. This is an article that I had said that I was going to read with y'all that I hadn't even read yet. It says nestled in the mysterious reaches of the Peruvian desert in the Palpa Mountains is one of the most precise geometric configurations known to man. The Sun Star and its satellite, the Sun Cross. The let me yeah, that's what I need. This framed, hold on. This famed geoglyph, we're right here for centuries, remained an obscure earthly reflection of ancient calibration, an astronomical wonderment depicting something far beyond the immediate reach of human understanding. If the Great Pyramid of Giza, Egypt, is to its meteorologists the seventh one, the wonder of the world still standing in the north hemisphere, then the Sun Star of Peru is the eighth world wonder, whose measurements may claim the southern hemisphere. Its checkerboard indentations, so incredibly precise and measurable, considered as a Class 1 geoglyph the highest degree of precision construction resulting in straight lines and evenly spaced and proportional symbol elements, most pronounced of the seven categories. Its octagonal shape and massive square overlays, its wheel within the wheel, and additional circles both in view and imagined, and its dynamic interior, so enigmatic, peculiar, riveting to the attention of astronomer, mathematician, and especially geometer, let alone archaeologists, cosmologists, and numerators throughout the world. That's everything in the field that I'm talking about. Everything there. Literally, we just talked about what? Planets. We talked about the magic squares, which were dealing with what? Numbers, numerators throughout the world, cosmologists. We talked about planets, astronomers, mathematicians, magic squares, geometry. Like I'm saying with the Freemasons, while one person is sitting up saying something about the Freemasons and this and that, all I'm doing is showing the freaking facts behind it. If you don't like facts, stay away from here because facts aren't for you. Obviously, that's all I'm saying. At the end of the day, it is what it is. Maria Richey, which is one of the main people, or I might be saying that name pronounced incorrectly. I'm pretty sure, but bring to us conclude to bring us to conclude as the late and dedicated geoglyph researcher Maria Richey said, did the earthly objects echoed heavenly realities. They were designed as astronomical calibrations observed in the celestial realms. In the celestial realms. Okay. Who could have envisioned such geometric calculations etched into the Earth's barren plateau to have lasted centuries? Some say since 900 BC. Yes, who? But more importantly, why? Why was the design of this geoglyph so indelible, even mesmerizing to the professional eye, elevated to, man, I need my glasses bad, elevated to view its magnificence and possible message. Its difference from all peculiar Palpa Nazca geoglyph is striking. The closest glyph to the the closest the closest glyph to the Museum of Riche along the coastal route of Pan African Highway, some 200 miles of Lima, Peru, is there for a reason. The ancients who determined its dimensions used metrologies far and beyond our wildest imaginations. Their precisions astound. Use of measuring use use of measuring instruments, calculating heavenly movement and beyond, they we affirm saw into the prophetic, new time and space. Now this is serious stuff. Let me quit playing. This is serious stuff. You gotta really listen to what's going on here. This is real talk. Like this is what I was saying about the whole time traveling and everything. The ancients who determined its dimensions and metrologies. Metrologies means measurements. That's what metrologies means. Meter. And actually, when you look into the etymology of the word meter, METR, that actually comes out to mean like mother. The womb is what it comes back to be. And I can actually pull that up real quick. Um, uh, uh, I can go to it, I guess, lead a page. I didn't want to. Meter means womb. So meter, yes, it means measure, but watch, it also means womb. See? Well, it don't have it right there on that one, but it's somewhere on one of these. What does the root word meter mean? Meter, measure, right? Measure. Well, it's somewhere. It just ain't pop up this time. But I saw that it brought that up the first time. I don't know where that. Hold on. I might have just typed meter meaning. I'm pretty sure that's probably because I do things like, yeah, the womb. See, I know my thinking process. That's what I typed in. I typed in meter meaning instead of meta etymology. So, meter, when I typed in meter meaning, apparently it means the womb, combining from combining form denoting the womb. Okay, so okay, back to the reading I was doing. Try to read a little bit better. Use of measuring instruments, calculating heavenly up here, movement and beyond. They we affirm saw into the prophetic, new time and space, and somehow, some way were aware of dimensions of paradise. For the sun star's duodecimal 12 imprint is so well integrated into their system. That's important, duodecimal. We are left in utter wonderment that something of this magnitude could not have been left to happenstance. We, yes, we conjecture, most certainly, however, could the designers have known that its reflection magnified the revelation of New Jerusalem of John the Beloved and mirrored the very ratios of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Now, that's what I was saying about New Jerusalem. The brother had brought up New Jerusalem. Sanchez brought up New Jerusalem. That's the thing. He wasn't realizing that New Jerusalem ain't even said to be over in Jerusalem. It's said to be actually in the United States, around Independence, Missouri. Apparently, that's just what I'm not saying that's a fact, but I'm just saying that's what that I'm just giving, what's out there. And mirrored for New Jerusalem, and mirrored the very ratios of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Could it be that the same genius whose architecture has survived as the last wonder of the world, its seventh, saw the need for an eighth, an octagonal geoglyph to match the octahedron of half octahedron of the Great Pyramid of Giza? This is not fiction. The sun star slash sun cross was chiseled slash carved slash dug out of the most arid and windless plateau on earth, preserving their impress into the posterity of our time, making this most ancient glyph and the hundreds of others found in the region a most unique feature of Earth's antiquities. The Nazca lines are a set of zoomorphic, phytomorphic, and geometric figures, lines, triangles, trapezoids, circles, spirals, birds, a spider, a monkey, flowers, and appear engraved in the surface of the Nazca Desert, a high and plateau, and stretches 37 miles between the towns of Nazca and Palpa on the flat, large area of southern Peru. Flat area of southern Peru. The Nazca lines are one of the mysteries of the ancient world. They are the most outstanding group of geoglyphs, drawings on the ground in the world. Lines and figures appear in an area of over 300 square miles. How did the ancient people of Nazca Desert between 900 BC and 600 AD achieve such geometrical precision? And what is the meaning of the drawings of giant spiders and birds? Decades of exploration and study of German born mathematician Maria Ricci led her to see the Nazca lines as a sophisticated astronomical observatory created to mark risings and settings of the sun, moon, and stars. Think about how I just said, like I said, with the star of Bethlehem, the one that just passed. And then this discovery, like I'm saying, the Tetragrammaton, which is that star. Decades, yes. Centuries, peering into this autostereogram, designed to create the visual illusion of a three-dimensional 3D scene from a two-dimensional image in the human brain. In order to perceive 3D shapes in these autostereograms, the brain must overcome the normally automatic coordination between focusing inventions. Wikipedia. Yet, we could not make out the incredible features found in the sun star which bespeak the dimensions of the paradise, the New Jerusalem. There are many Nazca lines theories to their origins abound. Which one I prefer? The which one I prefer? We're right here. So they were talking about some auto stereogram and a visualization of a 3D scene image, with the New Jerusalem theories. That's why I was saying about the theories, and that's why I said I ain't saying that it's conclusive. I'm just saying about the whole New Jerusalem, and that that's what I'm saying. I'm just providing the facts that are the facts, like the mathematical aspect, you know everything else that I'm showing. That's all I can do. Uh, That's a lot of reading to do, honestly. I mean, a lot of reading, bro. And I don't think I'm gonna do all of it. But I've already went through all of this, and I'm gonna have to dedicate, like I say, a full stream into reading all of this, straight to it. Um, but I'm gonna go ahead and let this one end here. You can see that this right here is the actual glyph. Yeah, I'm gonna let this one end here, man. Yeah, dumb girls like Miss Kelly Green don't need to be around acting crazy, man. Acting like that. That's just out of, got to be more ladylike. Shit, ain't nobody got time for that crazy nonsense. Shit. I hate going to channels. I just choose to find Bro Sanchez haters. But she come over here and support Bro Sanchez haters. Boy, she funny as a mug. Just stay away from here, please, because where you was at, you was good exactly where you was at. Peace out. I'm gonna get on gone. Bye.